I think there isn't. I think there is a communication problem, which I have admitted. There is a real communication problem between what I am doing, what we agreed, what I am doing, and what you people are seeing. You know, I was very categorical, and I mean it, by the way, because it is something that I believe we must solve. Youth unemployment, many young people in different spaces, out of school, out of college, you know, including my own children, you know, they speak to me, and they have no opportunities to work, to monetize their talent, to do whatever it is that they want to do. And by the way, I have gone out of my way. I have called the leadership of TikTok. They were here. I am the one who persuaded TikTok to get Kenya to monetize the contents of TikTok. True or not true? That's the case. Because I believe there are young people who are in other spaces, who are not traditional employment spaces, but are interested in monetizing their talent. I have been deliberate about what are we doing to get young people elected. I was pleasantly surprised that even the media personalities that were interviewing me agree that housing is actually giving young people jobs, which is the truth. That our digital platform, which we are now building, we have close to 100,000 young people today who are monetizing their digital talents, their digital working spaces in TVET, in many other areas. And my plan was to expand that to every place in rural areas. I also, we agreed on how do we create more opportunities for young people to work through manufacturing, through industrialization, in the spaces of export of labor. We've just finished actually, an agreement with Germany on how we are going to get more young people to be employed in Germany. They need 250,000 people every year to work in their country. So these are the things that resonated with the young people during the campaign. They are the things that I am doing, and I can demonstrate with numbers what I am doing in that space to get more young people on board. Whether it is in the housing plan, which I spoke robustly about, it is in my manifesto. Whether it is the export of labor, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is, you will all find it in my speeches across Kenya. And I am faithful in addressing them. There is a disconnect, which I must admit. There is a disconnect between what I am doing and what the young people feel. And that is why I want us to have this engagement. I want to listen to them. I want them to tell me, Mr. President, you are doing housing, but you're not doing it properly. Change here, adjust here. You are doing export of labor, you're not doing it properly. You have helped us with TikTok, we are not yet there. So that I need to understand, because in my very honest opinion, I thought I was implementing the plan that we had together. Let me also tell you that, I am trying to deal with a problem that is 50 years old. There has never been, guys, a deliberate government program on how to create jobs. Deliberately. We kept on saying we will grow the economy, then the economy will create jobs. This time around, I said, let's put an investment in housing, because I know how many jobs, and I can count how many people are working. Let us put money in the digital space. Let's put money here. That's what I'm doing, deliberately. This time around, differently from what has happened in the past. But you see, it's just a year and a half, I cannot solve a 4.5 million young people unemployment problem in 1.5 years. Maybe I will do 100,000 this year. I'm trying to scale it up to 300,000, push it, and see how we can do this.
The question he asked, and I feel as if it's a question, but from where you were listening to what you were saying, you did actually say there's a problem in communication, and
Yes.
I agree with you there. The question is, what is the time? How do you expect, in essence, what's the plan to speak to these young people?
In the next 1 week, we must have this conversation.
Where?
In the space where you want.
So are you telling the youths right now?
I am.
Tell you where they want you to speak.
Yes, I am sending you guys. Go tell me who amongst you is going to set up, the.
So if we set it up by the end of this week, say Tuesday, will you be there?
Yeah.
Will you be there?
Say end of this week, maybe Thursday, Friday.
Yes.
Why not? I'll be there.
The biggest question here is that this force, the Gen Z movement, we are leaders. There is nobody like the face of it. So I'm just asking that, how do you plan to deal with this? Because we've seen some people coming out that they are the leaders, but they have been labeled as imposters. So I don't know if already you have identified how you want to identify those who are going to represent the youth in that situation.
You're the one who is telling me you are leaderless. It's not me. I'm not the one saying.
Do you have you identified?
I have. It is not in my place to identify the leaders for you guys. You guys should sit down, either identify your leaders, who will then engage with me, or if you do not want to identify your leaders, tell me how else you want us to talk. I am open. When I suggested the multi-sectoral thing and the multi-sectoral setup, I thought you were going to say, okay, we're going to organize ourselves. This is how we are going to participate. And by the way, the whole of that setup, I want it to be about young people. Civil society, young people from civil society. Religious organizations, let us get young people from religious organizations. Professional bodies, let's get leaders from professional bodies who are young people. I am not saying that religious leaders must be the traditional religious leaders. We have very many young people in churches. They should be able to step forward and come and engage with me on how to take this forward. If you guys are saying you do not want the traditional way things have been done, you want it to be youth-led, you want it to be youth-owned, you want it to be, I am open. If I put out a suggestion, you guys tell me, and then it becomes very, very difficult if I don't know who to deal with. At least I am here. But I don't know who now. Is it Ms. Kidinji here? Is it Wanjogona here, or who? Who do I deal with? So this is. So whether it is Thursday, Friday, Muki Pangana, mimi niko.
So you've given us those two?
Yes.
So, Mr. President, raising on the recent protest, and especially after you publicly announced that you're not going to be signing the proposed financial bill, there was increase of the chance of Ruto as to calling for your resignation. Are you aware of this public sentiment? And if so, how do you plan to address that specific grievance by the Gen Z specifically?
People are entitled to say whatever they want to say, This was about the finance bill, And we are a democracy. We are not a mob. We are a people. We are a democracy. There is how to engage. There is how, if you want to remove the president of Kenya from office, there is how you do it, Either you wait for an election or you do whatever the Constitution provides for. And I have no issue with anybody doing whatever it is that they want to do. But ultimately, we must solve the problem. The problem cannot be a person. Debt is not a person. Unemployment is not a person. All the challenges we have as a country cannot be sorted out, let us not be simplistic to say, if you remove this person, the problems will end. I don't think that is where we want to go. We want to be honest with ourselves. How do we solve the problem? Let us not run away from the problems we have as a nation by rounding it up and saying, if we lynched this man and got rid of him, all our problems will end. They will not. You know, we have seen countries that have done that. The countries have never become the same. So I think we just need to be rational. We need to be, you know, to step back and say, okay, how do we solve the problems that affect our country?
Mr. President, you mentioned that earlier on it was about the finance bill. Why do you feel these young people, even after ruling and deciding that you're not going to be signing this proposed bill, why do you feel they felt the need to call for your resignation?
Maybe you should tell me, because you are among the young people. Maybe you should tell me. So what was this about?
I think the issue that young people have, especially the Gen Zs, is the issue of, besides now the approach of your administration of taxes, is the only issue of poor governance. And as much as yes, you are calling for a conversation with the young people, these young people, we the young people want to see our government act on some of the things that you really promised us. So besides the conversation that you will openly declare ready and willing to have agencies, what are some of the actionable things that you will be doing as the head of the administration to convince these young people that you have our interest at heart?
In matters like, you know, I have a whole program about how I intend to deal with the challenges that affect young people. Let's put that aside. And nobody seems to have a quarrel with that. What the issues are is matters to do with governance, you know, rule of law issues. Are we living within our means? That's the question. Are we living large? Are we spending more than we should be spending? Do we need the office? Do we need certain offices? And I have agreed with you that certain offices will go. You know, as part of building the new reality. You know, certain offices will go. Certain actions I must do. You know, and that's why I was saying here. I am interrogating what it is that I can do to make sure that we live within the reality that now we are in.
Another issue that we have, or the Gen Zs have, is a section of members who come, leaders who come. They are floating their opulence. I think that's one area, especially in social media. As the head of the government of the state, how do you intend to maneuver this whole scenario? And even before you respond to that, what's your general overview? What's your perception to some of these leaders floating their wealth and money and how expensive they're living lives?
I have seen it, and it is a societal problem. Believe you me, all these MPs, they are elected by us, the people of Kenya. And there is, you all admit, there is a lot of money spent in electing people. That's the real challenge that we have. So people are not elected largely on account of what it is that they will do. People are elected because they are well resourced, you know. And unfortunately, this is the product we end up with, you know. This is the product we end up with. So this is something we must interrogate together. We must all agree, because we get the leaders we elect, right? So these are the people. I did not I did not elect all these members of parliament or the other people. Maybe the ones I have appointed, those ones I can take account, and deal with. And we should, because even in my own eyes, it is not right. People, flaunting money, people using the space in pulpits to, prosecute politics. And all that is fine. And that is why I'm very happy with this moment, that we are all of us going to face up to this reality and call ourselves to order and do that which we must do. And the conversation that was around here, I met some of the church leaders, I met even my own PG, and even them, they were saying, yes, let us abolish Harambes. Yes, let's do something about our situation. We must live within our means. So it is a very healthy conversation, and I am all in. Moses, I am a Christian. I cannot stop going to church, and I am very clear in my mind. And whenever I go to church, you cannot accuse me of doing politics in church. I rarely speak matters politics in church, because my upbringing was such that church is a different place. It's a place where we worship God and we do the things that we do in church. As for going to church, I must tell you that I cannot stop going to church. I will go to church. Maybe the thing we need to do is, and whenever I go to church, like for example, today I was in Transmara, and I went to a local church, and the governor of that area came, and the former governor. The MP did not come. I think because they didn't know, because I just decided to drive to church, just like normal. It was not a fundraising. It was not, a big congregation. It was just a normal church service. Many times I go to church here at Milimani AIC. Many times, and sometimes it's not even recorded. Many times I go to NPC Karen, and even many times there are no cameras. I go to church every Sunday, and more than being recorded, I go to more Sundays that have no even record of media than those who have a record of media. Of course, I also go to Sunday services like the one I was in Nyahururu, when I'm invited, say the inauguration of a bishop. It's a big event. When I'm invited, I go. And it's not a fundraising, it's just a church event. And as a Christian, if you are invited, you attend. But I agree with you, there is some conversation going forward whether how we do it so that it remains a religious issue and not politics.
So, Mr. President, there are a couple of demands that you made last week from the movement that has brought this conversation forward.
Yes.
There were 14 demands. Of those 14 demands, you have at least addressed some of them, including the CAS positions, the the positions of the first and second lady. We've already talked about that. We've also talked about Linda Mama in the previous interview. But then there's a question around scrapping the housing levy. There also a demand, of the 14 demands, there was also recording all MPs. There was a question of JSS teachers. There was also a question of the intern doctors and the salaries of MPs, among others. Of these issues, what can you tell the young Kenyans tonight that of these issues, which ones do you feel can be solved before this conversation even goes further? The issue of GSS teachers have already said that it's impossible having reduced the amount.
Because I don't need to be pushed about the GSS teachers. It was my initiative because these are very decent Kenyans who've really gone out of their way. For 2 years, they've been interns. They've been earning a very small stipend. It was their time now to be hired on permanent and pensionable. And I had made the budgetary provisions for it. I had made the budgetary provisions for the intern doctors. I had enhanced the whole space around what they were going to do. Unfortunately, I have a new situation which I have to think about.
With the money being scrapped from the...
Yes, with the money being scrapped from
there be a possibility of those teachers still getting the opportunity to be hired.
And now tell me, because, if you give somebody a letter of permanent and pensionable, you must have the money to pay them at the end of the month. The money to pay them at the end of the month has been scrapped. So it has to be, I have to begin to figure out, so what do I do with these intern teachers? At the moment, I can't tell you straight that within a month or 2 months or 3 months, I will have figured out what to do with them. But they are part of my headache now going forward. What do I do with them?
Now, the question of IEBC, it's a big question. At the moment, the country has no IEBC. Members are calling for the recall of members of parliament. Kenyans are calling for the recall of members of parliament. Where are we in the state of IEBC?
On the status of IEBC, I think I received the final report from Parliament 2 days ago. And within the next 10 days, I will make a decision and we will proceed and appoint a new IEBC.
I think part of the root cause of national protest is because when he came into office, he's coming into office, the whole idea, the narrative of bottom-up economic agenda seems to be a bit fading away. How are you addressing this issue, especially empowering these people at the bottom and majority and Gen Zs and the millennials, coming at a time now the withdrawal of Finance Bill 2024 has happened, which you had touted to create more jobs, to improve the economy. Now that it's no longer there, you as the president and as a father, like you mentioned, you're a father to the majority of us, to all of us. What is your message to these Gen Zs as a father that you still have their interest at heart, especially on empowering their lives and livelihoods?
Luckily, we still have other programs that will run. The housing program will run, and he mentioned to me that there are those who are saying we scrap the housing levy. Scrapping the housing levy means we get 160,000 young people out of work. It also means we get those who are working in cement factories, in steel factories, in quarries that supply stones, in many other areas out of work. I don't think we want to do that. I don't think it is responsible for us to do that. I mean, they deserve, an income the same way. We would actually be doing the wrong thing. We'd actually be going backwards. I think we should, instead of saying, how do we scrap the housing levy? We should be saying, how do we do more with what the housing levy is doing? How do we expand it to reach out to 300,000, 400,000, 500,000? Because that's my plan. My plan ultimately is that this housing program should be able to hire 500,000 young Kenyans every time. And I'm talking about Kenyans at different categories: engineers, architects, plumbers, the people who go to our TVET institutions, all the way to accountants in cement factories, the hardware people, And it's a whole industry. The people who manufacture doors, the people who manufacture windows, the people. It's a whole ecosystem that I hope young people appreciate that this plan, this housing program is actually achieving a lot. And this is not an invention of Kenya. This is how modern countries have achieved unemployment. This is how modern countries have taken their development to the next level. I had an engagement here with the president of Singapore. Singapore was at the same level as Kenya at independence. Today, they are in the first world. We are struggling because they made those decisions early. Today, 90%, 96% of Singaporeans are homeowners. Today, we have 7 million Kenyans living in slums, and many who do not have decent livelihoods because we didn't make the decisions they made. These are some of the very difficult decisions I've had to make. Many people are beating me about the housing levy, but it is what Singapore did to be able to get where they are. We keep talking, we were together with Singapore, they've gone ahead, they have homeowners, but we don't want to do what Singapore did to get where we want to go. We should be like Singapore. How are you going to be Singapore if you cannot make decisions that took them to where they are? You do not want to make those decisions. We just have to make the right decisions and take the country forward. And I am very proud of the decisions I have made so far. Difficult, not very popular, but I'm telling you, that's how this country is going to change.
Yes, and Mr. President, you mentioned a lot about the housing program. And through that is what possible majority of the youth, they hear a lot about. I heard of what you mentioned about increasing the amount of 160,000, and I also heard that you were able to push that number to 300,000.
Correct.
So the only question that comes out of that is, are there any other job opportunities that they can get inside the housing program?
Absolutely.
Ask about that because I hear about computers, accountants, and all that. Because we have so many youths who probably do not want to work in those spaces. Another thing, I've seen that when you got to the office, the major thing that you talked about added to this point that you wanted to help them go down, go up. And then, which means, of course, in economies that you're going to roll the taxes. But the process, you running a business in Kenya and have another branch in Uganda, I feel like it's much easier you running a company in Uganda rather than Kenya. Why? Because the amount of taxes you are paying here, they are way more. And like in other markets, we can be able to make more income and like here. For example, look at the digital space right now. We are paying VAT on every advertising we are putting on social media. Like right now, for example, I spend up to 150,000 a month on advertising. I still need to pay VAT for that. But if you compare when I'm looking to different countries, it's not there. So I'm really kind of confused in terms of how do you help the small businesses to be able to sustain themselves? It's getting really, really tough for us. So for us, of course, as a company, we said let's expand our business like this country right now. That's how we're going to help the small businesses and also how we're going to help the youth to get more jobs to different sectors rather than the housing program. It feels like it's just for guys who want to have technical skills. So what about that?
Very good question. I have told you we have 4 programs. One of them is housing. The other one is a digital job space. The digital job space is wide. You have accountants there. You have creatives in that space. You have many other people working in that space. I will give you an example. In Ruto, you heard me talk about Ruto. I was there 2 months ago with a company called CCI from America. They are looking for people to work in the digital space. they've hired 5,000 young Kenyans of different skills, with different skills, not necessarily technical. Sometimes it's just people who are out of school with a simple certificate, or sometimes with a diploma, with speaking good English. And they are now working for different companies in the US from Ruto. It is the reason why, if you read our manifesto, we have what we are calling the digital superhighway. It is the reason why I was saying we have changed the CDF Act so that we establish ICT hubs in every ward in Kenya, so that we take it down to the bottom, as was my commitment. Take it down to the bottom, so that at every ward, a young person can walk from home to an ICT hub with internet, with electricity, with connectivity, with a person to teach them simple digital skills, and with an elaborate program on digital jobs, where they can do tasks, different tasks in the digital space. And already, if you go to many of our TVETs, we already have installed ICT hubs. In fact, in Kilgoris today, I promised them that we are going to, there is a small technical training facility in Lolgorian. I promised them that we will give them 100 computers, so that we begin to try to begin to train the young people of that locality, so that we bring more young people with different skills onto that space, whether it is advertising, whether it is all the other jobs that people can do online. Yeah. My commitment is that we will not only have internet connectivity, we will also have training facility, and we will also make sure that you have requisite technology devices to make sure that these young people can monetize their talent. After a while, they can buy their own computer and begin to do it from home. So that is the other program that we have. And on that program, if you visit some of the TVETs today that are operating in our technical training colleges, if you visit some of the TVETs like the one I've told you, some of the ICT hubs like the one I was telling you in Ruto, and in fact, CCI, just so that I don't forget, CCI have agreed with us that they will expand the 5,000 jobs to 100,000 jobs in 1 year if we do certain incentives for them. And I have already asked our KRA to look at some of the incentives so that we can give them the opportunity to expand that scope to 100,000 jobs. And that's just one company. If we get 20 companies to do that, then we are moving to the next level. That is item number 2. Program number 3 is export of labor, right? We have 19 bilateral labor agreements with different countries globally. We are negotiating one with the US, we have completed one with Germany, we have completed with UAE, we have completed with Saudi Arabia. We are working with 19 different countries, including the US, Canada, and many other countries, so that young people can now choose, from a buffet of whether either you are a nurse, you are a mechanic, you are an engineer, you are whatever trade, you can go and work in those countries. And I was giving an example of what is happening in my village, where I come from. There is a young man there who was interviewed last week, and he was saying, the president has not done well because many of the young people in this village are going abroad because they cannot find jobs locally. Not knowing that going abroad was part of my plan, because I believe we should be able to export between 10 and 20,000 young Kenyans every month to go abroad, work abroad, send their money back at home, and begin the process of making sure that we grow our economy using remittances from these young people. Program number 4 is what you heard me say about local manufacturing. My friend, there is absolutely no reason why we should be importing products that we can manufacture locally. Because by manufacturing locally, we use our own raw materials. If it is sanitary pads, for example, we use our own cotton that is grown in Busia, that is grown in the Rift Valley, that is grown in Makueni. We use that locally. We give business to our farmers. Number two, our own young people work in the factories. I was talking to Mr. Sahil. Mr. Sahil has a factory in Thika. He employs currently 200 young people. He was telling me, Mr. President, if you pass this law, the one in the finance bill, and put import duty on imported sanitary pads, I will hire another 300 young people. I talked to him myself. I will hire another 300 people because I am operating now under capacity because we are getting competition from imported products. So that whole manufacturing space, if we make sure that we have the right tax policies in place, we will expand job opportunities for young people in Kenya. Let me give you another example. Last year, we said, let's put a duty on imported cement and imported furniture and imported clinker last year. Do you know what happened? 95% of clinker, we reduced imports by 95%. What did we do? We opened a new factory in Kenya. We are in the process of opening another 4 factories for cement manufacturing in Kenya. Because we have put a duty on imported clinker so that we can manufacture that clinker locally. We can manufacture that cement locally. If we manufacture cement locally, my good friend, 3 things happen. Number 1, we use our own local materials. We pay for those local materials. Ordinary people get paid. Number 2, we hire our own young people. They are the people who will work in those cement factories. They are the people who will be transporters from those cement factories. And number 3, we create local wealth. Our own companies locally begin to grow their balance sheet and become big companies. They can invest more. They can invest in other areas. But by importing, we are exporting our jobs. The people working in the factories will not be working in Kenya. They will be working in those countries. By importing, wealth will not be created in Kenya. It will be created in those countries. Number 3, raw materials will not be the ones from Kenya. It will be raw materials from those countries. So this is, and these are actions that must be deliberate. And this is what I am doing. You have asked me a question. Apart from housing, what are the other areas you are working so that we don't concentrate just on housing? So, digital jobs, export of labor, manufacturing.
So, Mr. President, are you confirming here that the deal with Germany that was to be signed by the end of this month is signed and sealed?
The deal, in fact, they have asked me to. We have a big occasion in September between Kenya and Germany. They have asked that the president of Germany wants to sign it with me when we do that occasion in September. But meanwhile, the doors are open.
All right. So quickly, there has been reports that there was a lapse of intelligence in terms of the protests that we've seen over the last 2 weeks. Can you clarify the situation for us? Is the intelligence service and the police service reading from the same page? And there were calls for the head of NIS and Ruto to resign. Are you on the same thoughts?
I don't think that is where we need to. This is not the time for blame game. I don't think that we need to blame each other. I think let us solve the problem. We have a real problem. The real problem here is that we have a youth situation that needs our attention. And I am very alive to it. And that is why when I campaigned on a platform that we're going to create opportunities for these young people. And I am at it. I am working on it.
We are here in this situation because of the finance bill 2024. When you look at the process of submitting views on the proposed bill, the majority of views were a no-show during that stage. In fact, like you mentioned earlier, you acknowledged some of the Gen Zs got it so wrong that they were talking about the issue of land, which is to contain the bill. As the president, how can you office perhaps petition Parliament to have a change in style to accommodate this when it comes to submitting a random views to Parliament and TikTok? Because as it stands now, Kenyans can only be able to submit their views and submissions to Parliament through written memorandums or via email. Majority of you find this to be a laborious exercise. So to ease in the process, can your office, as the office of the president, perhaps make a petition to Parliament on how the youth are involved in submitting their views?
I think it is an inflection point. You know, we have a whole new approach to things. We have new media. We have the social media space that is increasingly becoming the media where Kenyans are communicating. And I think we are all seized of maybe doing things differently, making sure that we open more avenues for citizens to be able to participate, because citizen participation is front and center of government business. And therefore, I think there will be a consideration, and we will be discussing with Parliament on how this generation of young Kenyans can bring their views on board. In the media they are friendly with, and in a manner that we carry everybody along. It is a positive suggestion.
So, Mr. President, when you were elected back in 2022, you are going to join the current finance does this worry you that you might not get re-elected?
In my mind, I have to choose between being a politician and being a leader. Being a leader means you make the right decisions. I want to make a difference in Kenya. Jesus, the man that has maybe 5 billion followers today in the world, including yours truly, did his work in 3 years. Everything he did in 3 years. So it is not the length of how much you serve. Many people tell me, Mr. President, you should be bothered about your re-election. Frankly, my re-election comes second. Doing the right thing for Kenya is my first priority.
Are you not worried at all that the ongoing protest that calls for you to resign might lead to you losing a second term?
You see, if the price to pay for me pushing the right agenda for our country, making sure that the country does not default, making sure that we create opportunities for young people to work, and making the right decisions, I'm ready to take the consequences.
Mr. President, it is unfortunate that the success of your government is in question, and you can hear from the discontentment of the younger people is your performance is what's in question. And so, looking at the governance strategy, government institute, which has now put to question how you handle things in governance, dealing with draft
It is something to think about. It will exercise my mind.
So are you saying that you might be the reason
No, I'm just telling you, I have heard you, and it is something that I will think about going into the future.
So are we looking at a possible change in
That's a possibility.
Mr. President, there's a widespread belief that your government tolerates corrupt officials. In light of this public outcry, are you willing to dismiss any government official that has one, criminal track record, and two, has an ongoing case, of course has a demonstration for your commitment to clean governance, even if it means losing key allies in your administration? Is it something you're willing to do?
Ms. Kithinji, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. It is, as I said in my other interview, I am a believer in rule of law and due process. And I would not want to hurt anybody that is not guilty. But I will not hesitate to deal with people who have been proved to be corrupt. And I have done it before. When there was sufficient evidence that people in management of cereals did the wrong thing, we didn't hesitate. When there was evidence that the people who ran KNTC had criminal track records, we fired them and we prosecuted them. When there was evidence that the KEBS did not act in accordance with what was legitimate, we took action. So, as and when I have concrete evidence, I have concrete information of impropriety by any official.
We have a recent case of the fake fertilizer that I believe you addressed earlier, which actually the CS confirmed that indeed there was some fake fertilizer as much as there was the real one. What about that?
Precisely. That's why the CEO of Cereals, the General Manager of National Cereals and Produce Board, and 7 other officers of National Cereals and Produce Board are in court. That is the kind of action I took. We didn't, equivocate. We were very clear. You have an issue, and we are in the process of working on new management for National Cereals and Produce Board. The minister himself was taken to Parliament and taken through due process. Unfortunately, Parliament did not make a determination. If Parliament had made a determination, I would have fired the minister.
In the previous interview, you've actually admitted that your cabinet has failed you so far. And you've said,
I have said they could do better.
Yes, those in essence. But you've also said that you will be doing an introspection of yourself. What would this introspection entail, and what do you intend to do different going forward?
I don't think I should say more than I have said. Watch the space.
So you're just telling us to stay awake to.
I will take action, and you will see it.
All right. Let's go back a little bit to the debt. Among the demands that were issued is an audit of the national debt, and you've spoken about that in the previous interview very well.
I love that.
I would like to go back to just one thing. In essence, Kenyans have been worried about the amount of debt, and in essence, they have been asking is, are your trips abroad putting us in bed with the likes of IMF and the World Bank? And are you worried about these deals or the conditions pegged on these deals yourself as the president? And more so, can Kenya pull out from these deals?
The multilateral development banks are our biggest supporters. In fact, the World Bank and IMF and all the other multilateral banks are our partners in development. They are actually the source of the largest development financing that we have. And their money is lent to us at between 0 and 2%. The alternative we have is to go to the market here, which we are borrowing money at 14-15%. If you are sitting where I'm sitting, you have two options: to go to the local market and borrow at 15%, or to speak to the World Bank and IMF and get money at 2%.
It sounds reasonable, but the question has to be, IMF itself, in the current problem we are in, had pegged some of these things in terms of the financial proposals.
You see, the ultimate decision doesn't rest with IMF. They make suggestions to us, but I take the last decision. It is me. It is Kenya. It is us as Kenyans that decide. If we agree with a certain situation, we move on. If we don't agree with a certain situation, we tell them as much.
Mr. President, final round of questions. I'll begin. My final question would be, what is that passionate message to the youth who are scheduled to mobilize again this week, Tuesday and Thursday? What is your message?
My message to the young people of Kenya is two. Number one, I have a very clear plan to address youth issues, including unemployment. That's number one. And I have a clear plan, and I am ready to explain to them what I am doing, where I am, what I have achieved, and what I intend to achieve. That's number one. I have also had them on cutting down austerity measures that would trim the government expenditure, which is also a very positive thing. Cutting down on offices that may not necessarily be too important, reducing on hiring staff that are not necessary, cutting down on advisors that may not necessarily be adding value to this, cutting down on foreign travel and expenditure on seminars and what, cutting down on travel expenditure by all arms of government, reducing on waste, dealing with corruption. I have heard them very clearly, and I will address myself to those issues. And I have said I want to have a session with them whenever you guys are available, Thursday, Friday, in a platform where you want me to be. I will be there so that we agree on the other issues.
Two questions, Mr. President. When you promised that you would respect the autonomy of independent institutions.
Correct.
And with the current suggestions and reports, we see there is influence, the executive level influence of the parliament, or legislative of the government. What do you have to say about this? The very last is Boga and Boga, like this is why you are supporters and they endorsed your government. Today they feel like they have been left out, and they feel like this current regime is very frustrating and rather than investment. Is there any hope for them?
Let me start with your last question. Every Mama Mboga and every Boda today borrows money on Hustler Fund, which I made a commitment. I have 2 million of them on that platform. That's number one. Number two, every mama mboga and every boda today have an opportunity to own a home, because I have created a model that gives them an opportunity with 3,000 shillings a month to be a homeowner. It never existed. It was never there. If you go to Mukuru tomorrow, you will be shown a house where an ordinary Kenyan will pay 3,000 shillings and own a home on 10th floor or 6th floor or 4th floor. Number 3, Mama Mboga today will also tell you, I am building 400 markets across Kenya. They are under construction as I talk to you. In fact, before the end of this year, between 100 and 150 will be ready, because I made a commitment to them that Mama Mboga is doing business like everybody. And I committed to them that they will be doing their business in a place that is decent, that has water, that has electricity, that has, sanitation, that has toilets. Number 4, I will also tell you that in my universal health coverage plan, which unfortunately Kidogo has been affected with a finance bill, I have changed the law to make it possible for Mama Mboga or Boda to go to hospital with a health insurance paid for by the government of Kenya if they cannot afford. And those who have been paying 500 to be reduced to pay 300, for them too to be able to access health care. That is my plan. So I have not dropped the ball. I am very clear on how they should be catered for in my administration. Let me come back to your respect for institutions. The Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya will tell you, I have never called her to ask her for any favors on matters to do with the judiciary. I have been very unhappy with some of their rulings, but that is the nature of democracy. On matters to do with Parliament, I have never instructed Parliament to do anything, but there is a nexus between government policy and legislation. Those members of Parliament who belong to the ruling coalition have a duty, because we made the promises together. We went together to the people. We were standing side by side. We were promising housing together. We were promising universal health coverage together. We were promising fertilizer together. We were promising coffee issues together. We were promising sugarcane issue together. So that is why we hold a PG to agree. Gentlemen, this is our manifesto. This is what we agreed. That is, and it happens worldwide. It is not a Kenyan invention. It happens in the US. It happens in the UK. In fact, in other countries, it is much more serious than here. In other countries, you cannot vote against your party. Here, we have members who vote against the party and no action is taken against them. So that's how democracies work, because that's how it is meant to work.
But do you feel comfortable when the members of the opposition divide support your policies going against their own parties?
But the same way, members of my own party sometimes don't vote with me. So sometimes members of the other party also don't vote with their leadership. They vote across parties. So that is something that happens sometimes, but it is not the norm. It is the what happens not regularly. But the norm is that people vote with their parties.
So, President,
Yes, Moses.
you promised that there's this, as it were, you wanted to keep it on the lapse and we will see time on the decisions in terms of change. But the worry that is among them is you might not be seeing the same song with the deputy. You might not be reading from the same script. And just from the previous interview, you have sort of even gone to correct what he said about the NIS intelligence information that he said wasn't there. And you have been very categorical that information was there and that is why you made a particular decision on deploying security officers. This has also been out in the previous public addresses that is singing one song from the tribal politics of ethnicity, and then you come out and say that is not the case. Mr. President, are there plans in your leadership? And when you took office, you said that because of the treatment that you so wanted to get in the deputy government, you will make sure that you need to be the deputy president. And from the way it looks, that is not what is happening because you're not reading from the same script. What is really happening between you and deputy president?
Two things. Let me answer to my commitment. And I am very faithful to my commitment to make sure that my deputy is treated as it deserves the office of the deputy president. I have done three things that I never enjoyed as deputy president. Number one, I never had a budget for my office. Even for buying tea, it was controlled from the office of the president here in State House. Today, my deputy has an independent budget for his office with an independent accounting officer that doesn't report to this office. That's number one. Number two, I never chaired a single, in fact, there was no cabinet committee for 10 years. My first action when I came into office is to set up cabinet committees and appointed the deputy president to chair those cabinet committees. 8 cabinet committees chaired by the deputy president. There is no government business that is prosecuted by the cabinet that does not first start at the cabinet committee chaired by the deputy president. It was my commitment because I wanted my deputy to have clear roles, clear responsibilities, and to participate fully in government management, government programs. Number 3, I made sure that my deputy, whenever he needs transport and transport is available, he is facilitated. In fact, what I have done is that I have even repaired and made available 2 police choppers, the same size as mine, that I use from the military for my deputy to use. And in fact, some of the time, he uses the choppers that I use. Sometimes, because these choppers are actually meant for military work, sometimes they're not available. Like yesterday, they were not available. I took a private transport to where I was going. Today, I took private transport to come back. You know, sometimes there are those incidences. So, on that first issue, I am very clear in my mind that my deputy must be treated with respect. And I have done that faithfully. On the issue of maybe the discord, that is an in-house matter. We will sit down and work it out. But again, to your point, since my deputy is not here, I don't think it is fair for us to insinuate that he has a different view from mine. I think let's leave it like that. Those are internal party issues. We will sort them out.
First of all, it's been commended for and this will not just among majority of Kenyans are I know it doesn't record us so I know also my friend Dennis, the previous government was abducted and even posted on his ex-account. So I don't know what is your plan, what is the message towards the youth, because I believe most people, the Twitter activists, on social media, they're scared for their lives, and most of them even go hiding for the protest. So can you be able to address that in terms of regard to action, in terms of drastically using the proper language and rather someone being taken away from the house and money and using his for hours, taking a lot of attention to the country, not as an advice and people give that. But this actually is the one that's fueling a lot of animosity and a lot of anger on the ground. Another thing, the issue of young people, younger than me, probably like 20, 19, and of course still young as well, being willing to go to the streets because of whatever their experience, because information spreads and is spread very fast. Go to the protests, they are peaceful, but in the process, we end up with lives. Is this something that you can be able to address the police who are under the government or in general in terms of stop using live bullets, because there are sad images that have traumatized many youths, and we get this information directly from our audience. This is something that you can be able to actually state, and there will be no live bullets that we use in protest. Because a young man with the same name like Eric was shot and opened before. This is just something you see it on TV, live on TV. So those two things.
First,
that we were snipers and shoot
hmm?
images on social media depicted snipers shooting peaceful protesters. What do you have to say about this?
So first, let me say that this is a phase in society. We're coming to a new phase, and it requires us to adjust. Maybe as you've said, many of the young people are not watching mainstream media. They don't read newspapers. Maybe there needs to be us to think about new engagement. How do we engage these young people better in the spaces where they are, whether it is on Twitter or TikTok or the other spaces. Number two, on matters of abductions, there is no provision in the law for any abduction. And any arrest of citizens must be within the law. And that is my clear position to the Independent Police Service. However, when police arrest somebody, it must also not be immediately made to look like it's an abduction. If the police show up and they show themselves, we are policemen, we are coming because either we asked you to come to the police station, you didn't come, or we have some questions for you to answer, that should be within the parameters of the law. There is a provision for the police to come and tell you, Eric, we have come. This is us, we are the police. We want to interrogate you on this matter, on this matter, on this matter. So long as it is done within the parameters of the law, it doesn't amount to an abduction. As for the protests, I have said clearly that peaceful protesters will be protected by the police. Eric, you will not tell me that the people who burned down Parliament were peaceful protesters. They were not. You don't want to tell me that the people who burned the Chief Justice office were peaceful protesters. As you heard me say, we have thousands of citizens who have lost property, businesses worth 2.4 billion. These are innocent people doing their business. Criminals take advantage of a peaceful demonstration, pretend they are part of the peaceful demonstration, and they go and loot and steal and burn people's property. Those ones too, Eric, the police must look, they have a cardinal responsibility to protect people's property. I think they do. That's what the law provides. Many of the peaceful demonstrators, we saw them in camera, many of them suffered in the hands of criminals who came, took away their phones, took away their purses, did a lot of damage to them. These are people who we must all agree that unless we are firm on criminals who either take advantage of peaceful demonstrations to hurt the demonstrators, to steal from the demonstrators, or even go to steal from shops, destroy people's businesses, or even attack government buildings. The City Hall was burned down. The office of the Chief Justice was burned down. You saw what happened in Parliament. Mayhem, doors broken, furniture broken, kitchen burned. Surely, Eric, do you sincerely believe that that should be part of our demonstration? I don't think so. And that's all I'm saying. Let us keep it peaceful. And I said it from day one. I love the way the youth were going about it, peaceful. They were on TikTok. They were, a homogeneous group of young Kenyans. And I like the fact that they came to say, okay, we have an issue. And I wish I had the time to explain to them that some of the issues that they were saying were in the finance bill, they were not in the finance bill. Some of the issues that they were complaining about, they were not in the finance bill. And it is not enough for somebody to say, I don't care what is in the finance bill, I just don't want it. Do we really want to do that? I think we are a mature society enough, and we are intelligent enough to say, okay, let us unpack this finance bill. What is good in it? What is bad? Because we lost a lot of good things in the process of trying to remove bad things that some of them were not even in the finance bill. So this is the really candid conversation I want to have with the young people, that if there is an issue, we are reasonable. Many of the young people have gone to school. Many of the young people are good graduates. They have, and it's not difficult for them to say, okay, let's look at what is in the finance bill. Let's look at what is in this document. Can we remove this? Can we remove this? Can we change this? This is good. This is good. This is not good. And then let's have a package that serves our country, creates opportunities for us as a country, and builds our nation, because this is the only country we have.
Alright, so Mr. President, allow me to finalize my questions in matters touching on journalism, because I am a journalist. Now, there's a quote that says, free press is not a privilege, but an organic necessity in a great society. Journalists have faced police harassment and also tear gas while reporting the protests. We have also seen mainstream media, specifically KTN, come out to say that they have been threatened by the government in their way of reporting. Mr. President, if you could let us know if you are aware of that, and also, how do you propose to uphold the freedom of journalism in their reporting, of course, in a democratic country, and what can be done to protect their freedom of reporting?
I think if we have free media, and it is not the one in Kenya, then I don't think we have any free media anywhere in the world. In Kenya, people report anything, everything, what is news, what is fake news, what is true, what is not true. I would really ask the media to act responsibly. There is no media house that I have called. There is no media person that I have called to tell them anything. We've not had a conversation with any media. I know very well the necessity of free media, and I support media wholeheartedly. I mean, media have also become victims of some of the criminals in our streets, you know. Media have also maybe inadvertently sometimes got into situations where their cameras are broken, you know, in the confusion, in the running around when there is you know, commotion, and it is unfortunate, yeah, to your point that anybody has threatened KTN. KTN should make a formal report of who threatened them, and so that they can be dealt with in accordance with the law. Nobody should threaten any media personality for whatever reason, either on account of what they reported or on account of what they did. And if I have a complaint with a media house or a media personality, I know where to take them in terms of report them to the right agencies and have the matters sorted out within the parameters of the law.
Matters police harassment towards the journalist?
I think that's a case where the police journalists should look. If a particular policeman has harassed a journalist, police have numbers. Let us have them reported so that they can be dealt with in accordance with the law, so that nobody escapes and institutes impunity. Nobody is above the law. The president is not, the police are not, citizens are not. Everybody must be subject to the law.
Right. Before I ask you, just a quick question. Our friend who's covering the deployment in Haiti, she is in Haiti. She had unverified claims that some of the police officers there have been shot. Could you confirm for us that whether any Kenyan officer in Haiti has been shot? That would be necessary to...
There is no report of, that I have of that nature.
All right. The other question is, what has kept you up at night over the last 2 weeks?
Over the last 2 weeks, I have kept sometimes late into the night thinking about the young people of our nation. Because I am one person who did not get a job until I was elected as a member of parliament. And I know what it means not to have a job, not to have an income. And that is why I am willing to put my career on the line to see to it that, to the extent that I can, young people have an income. That's why I have really pushed the programs that I believe will put a job on the way of many young people, will put an income in the pockets of many young people, and will make a livelihood for many young people. I have kids, and I know what they feel when they don't have a job. They talk to me as a father. And so that's one thing that keeps me awake. And unfortunately, in the current situation, we have a misunderstanding. We have a miscommunication. Partly, I am to blame. I should communicate better. You have told me that maybe my communication is not getting to the right people because maybe I'm communicating using the wrong media. Maybe to be able to reach these many young people, I should be able to get into the media where they are, so that I can communicate better to them. Maybe that way, with understanding what we are doing, understanding the reasons why we are doing what we are doing, they would, instead of opposing what we're doing, they would add value to what we are doing, support what we are doing, and benefit from what we are doing.
All right. As you're making your summary to this, can you just look straight into the camera?
Which camera?
Just any of those cameras there. Make your remarks to them. And as you're doing so, perhaps it's something you should think about. I know you're busy.
This place is cold.
Yes, I know. This place is very cold. As you're thinking about what to do next, perhaps a Twitter space a month might sound a lot, but if you do consider
A Twitter
space a month might sound like a lot, but once a month, perhaps you might be able to reach more.
Once, maybe once in a month, once in 2 months. I don't mind.
Yes.
Yeah. So these young people, the young people of our nation, my very good sons and daughters, let me tell you that I value what you do. I have heard what you have said. I have seen what you have done. And you have made recommendations. Some I will outright implement, on cutting down on government legacies and cutting down on offices that we can. I will deal with some of the issues that you have raised. You have given me some difficult choices. I will suggest to you how we can together go about the difficult choices that you have put on the table on some of the issues. But I want to promise you that in the engagement that we're going to have, God willing, in the next couple of days, I think we've agreed with some of your colleagues here that maybe Thursday, Friday, I will be thoroughly clear, and I want you to be equally clear on what you think, the suggestions you have on how to take our country forward. My request to you is that we have a country to keep. It's the only home we have. We must do whatever it is that we do within the parameters of the law, respecting one another, and talking to each other with respect so that we can move forward together as a country. I am looking forward to this engagement in the space that you will recommend. I'm told X is the space that you want us to engage. And I have committed that I will find myself into that space. I will ask one of you guys in that space to host us so that we can have this conversation as I do what I must do to get the country moving forward.
All right, thanks so much for that. Back on the bench with Cabinet Secretary for Defense, Aiden Duale, answering a lot of questions. In fact, there's one that's just come in. Let me just read this to you.
Yes.
Because this has been doing the rounds on social media, and in fact, it's gone viral. It says, President Ruto's daughter, June Ruto, has been appointed Director of Foreign Services and participant at the National Defense College. What does that mean?
Number one, the National Defense College is domiciled in the Ministry of Defense. It's led by a Lieutenant General as a commandant. It has three major generals, one representing the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. I was there today, check my Twitter. The first cohort of the new students, cohort 27, for 24-25 year academic year, I gave them today a lecture of opportunity. June Ruto, the daughter of the president, a staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is one of the 67 students that have started their classes today. And she's among the 3 that were nominated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to do the 1-year national security strategy that Foreign Affairs, Immigration, KRA, EACC, National Intelligence Service, DPP, Ministry of Health, among another 29 KDF officers at the rank of colonel joined. So we have 67 students today that joined this academic year. It's a 1-year program. June Moy is one of the students.
June Ruto.
June Ruto, sorry.
Yeah.
And this is part of the fake news and propaganda that people are peddling. Some of them, let me tell you, some of the people who are running the space outside the Gen Zs, our valuable, beautiful voices. There's another critical mass of people who are running, who are in the social media space, and they are not in the country. Miguna is one of them.
The man with the same name twice.
And you can't do a regime change through Twitter space.
You think the Gen Zs have been hijacked? The whole movement has been hijacked?
Oh yes, themselves are saying. They said we are tribeless, we are leaderless. I mean, is Boniface Mangi Gen Z? Is Miguna Gen Z? Is Bobi Owino Gen Z? Is Sifuna Gen Z? Is Kalonzo Musyoka and Kioni and Wamalwa? Who do they represent? Gen Z said, you don't represent us.
Right.
And let me tell you one thing. I am so happy about the discussion in our country today, brought about by these vital, valuable voices of our young people.
Yeah, but they keep saying Ruto must go. Hashtag Ruto must go.
But they're the ones who are saying Ruto must go are the same people who are saying before the elections, Ruto will not become the president. Some of them are in the political class, in the previous regime, in the opposition, and they have not recovered from that. Ruto is now the president, and Ruto is changing the country. Well, how is he changing the country? Ruto works from 6 a.m. in the morning to midnight. He doesn't drink. Ruto
Are you saying drinking is bad?
No, drinking is bad for leaders if you overdrink. You can't run the affairs of state. Even me, if I'm chewing mirror, I can't run the Ministry of Defense, my friend. Let me ask you, Jeff, and you have been around, you have been running this bench.
Yes.
2022, December, our country was in a very bad situation, economically, and even in terms of security. The food prices were very high. The fuel prices, and both of them were under subsidy program, were very high. We had the longest drought ever in the history of our country. The dollar was muzzling our Kenyan shilling. We had incidents of insecurity from Boni Forest to the north of IEDs. God was very kind to us. He gave us a very good rains the last 2 years. What did the President Ruto did? He removed the subsidies. He said we cannot subsidize consumption. Let's subsidize production. We took affordable fertilizer, affordable, cheap seeds to our farmers. Thanks to the Kenyan farmers, they worked very hard. From 260 price of unga, today is about 120. The price of fuel
is still high.
No, still
high.
Relatively high, but has come down significantly. Today, the shilling, look at our neighbors, look at the countries around us. Our currency is very strong. Inflation, 1 digit. Myself and the guys who are in the security sector, we managed to keep Al-Shabaab and all terror networks at bay. In the last 8 months, we have no incidents. We took the war to them in Somalia. So when you say William Ruto must go, William Ruto or any leader from the MCA to the president, our constitution has checks and balance. Today, if you're not happy with the Minister for Defense, there is a process documented in the constitution.
To remove him.
To remove him. Same for the president, same for the deputy president, same for the speaker, the same for the chief justice.
Yeah, but maybe some of you should be removed.
Oh, yes. If there are grounds. If there are grounds
Yes.
to remove a cabinet secretary. And I think this has come out very clearly. What did the president do? The agencies raised critical concerns on the affairs of the state.
Yeah.
From a bloated government
Yeah.
to unconstitutional offices.
To the opulence of his...
Yes, to opulence
Yes.
of some of the public servants,
Yeah.
key public servants, to asking the president, what are you doing about corruption within government? I think last Sunday, I watched the president, like any other citizen. There's a time he said, watch this space. The president listened, respected, he listened to the agencies. His first action was to drop the finance bill. Second, under Article 132, he had to, at all times, as the chairman of the National Security Council and the commander-in-chief, he must maintain law and order. What did he do? He used the constitution and deployed KDF. And thirdly, he formed a multi-sectoral forum dealing with the 5 things. Public debt, very clear. We must discuss it. And we must make it open.
And yet SRC yesterday, what did they do yesterday?
Let me come to SRC. Public debt, anti-corruption. How do we deal with corruption?
Yeah.
Public wage bill. We'll come to it, SRC. We have a very bloated wage bill. You remember when the president addressed the SRC conference? Mm-hmm. Today I'm so happy. First time in the history of Kenya. Members of parliament are writing letters. We don't want increment.
Yeah, because of the pressure.
But you know, because of the agencies.
Yes.
But 14,000. They are the ones, by the way, this Gazette notice was because of the pressure of public servants. And you know this Gazette notice, you guys in the media are very selective, let me say. This Gazette notice, it covers the judiciary, it covers the legislature, it covers the national government.
State officials.
Teachers,
State
doctors,
officials.
everybody. But today, and I think this is the right time that we revisit the conversation the president started in Bomas during the SRC conference, that both levels of government, county and national government, the PFM Act says we cannot go above 35%. Both levels of government are somewhere at 60, 55%. We must bring it down and create more space, more resources for development.
Okay.
So he said public debt
in
a multi-sectoral, anti-corruption, public wage bill, public expenditure, the wages. There's too much wastage.
Too much.
So the president has done 3 things, and I think before Thursday, Friday, I don't want to speak for him, he will engage the young people in a Twitter space.
They don't want to engage him.
No, in a Twitter space they said yes.
They're saying they're saying,
no.
this opulence by his advisors, by the state officials is too much.
No, I think the president, in the long run, he will deal with the opulence, he will deal with those who have corruption. I don't want to speak for him. He said, watch this space. He has indicated that I think the CS will not be there.
Yeah.
Maybe he would look at whether he can reduce the PSS from 51 to about...
And the CSS?
The CSS, he still has, the constitution has given him minimum 14, maximum 22. He can make it 14, he can make it 15, he can make it 22. But let me tell you, Jeff, Ruto must go slogan. It's not a Gen Z slogan.
It's the slogan. They've been using this throughout.
You know, I want you to be fair. It's Kalonzo Musyoka. It is, it is Kioni. It is Miguna. It is the traditional cabal, group of people who are not Gen Zs, who have not recovered and who cannot wait for 2027. And they even feel, because Baba is going to AU, they have no chance in 2027. And in their wildest dream, they feel there is a shortcut to change William Ruto. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 does not envisage that, my friend. You cannot change, you cannot even tell an MCA he must go. Yes. Those are words, but it's coming from who? From those who should occupy their places in the opposition, traditional people who never liked, who never voted for William Ruto. And we respected it. We respected their views. I mean, William Ruto today is the president of the Republic of Kenya. And he, as I enumerated to you, his co-cards are there. But I think one thing I want to send a message tonight. We have a very beautiful country. We are one of the most celebrated democracies in our region and in Africa. We should be cognizant of our country. We should not allow, by hiring criminals, gangs, we should not take our country to slide into chaos.
Is that one of your fears?
No. Of course. But I want to assure you, the fears is there. Sudan is a good example. 1 year ago, Sudan was one of the most stable countries in Africa. Today, I'm sure you have seen the social media.
It's a mess.
It's a mess. But to the people of Kenya, those of us who have been given the privilege to serve in the national security sector, both internal and external, we will not abdicate our responsibility to protect the citizens, their property, and we will not allow even gangs to come and kill people.
Speaking of which, protecting and stuff, KDF, the rules of engagement, what are they? Because, there's fears from a lot of Gen Zs, a lot of people in the streets, that there are snipers out there. There's snipers positioned in certain buildings, and they're taking out people.
Who are these snipers?
We don't know.
In fact, we are the ones who are more worried about the snipers. One of the incidents that happened yesterday, and I'm sure the Criminal Investigation Department, the National Intelligence Service, the National Police Service, all of them are investigating, where somebody shot a police officer from one of the buildings. And that's why I was telling you earlier that those of us who are from KDF and the National Intelligence Service, we are very worried that outside these criminal gangs, international terrorists can invade this
and take advantage
and cause. But I want to assure you that we are on top of everything. We will make sure that our young, valuable protesters, Gen Z, will protest peacefully. The police will protect them. Look at last Sunday, a police vehicle in front, a police vehicle behind. They were taken to Kenyatta Hospital. They chose 10 people. They went and saw the injured colleagues. They came out. They came to Jivanji. They lit, and they dispersed. That is Gen Z. But what happened yesterday? Yeah. And that's why you see me and you in Nairobi downtown, in Luthuli Avenue, in Tomboya Street, in Wabera Street, in Isli, in Rongai, in Kitengela. We will not allow, the citizens will not allow, and the government will not allow criminal gangs hired by politicians, some who lost elections, some who are now, and please wait this peace, wait for this peace. I am sure the internal section led by Professor Kindiki, the National Intelligence Service, the DCI, the IG are compiling a list. But when they release, let us not say, oh, you are targeting the opposition, oh, you are targeting this tribe. We will tell the people of
Do you have a list?
One of the media houses said that the internal security system in our country have already profiled individuals.
Certain politicians. And a businessman.
And a businessman. Certain NGOs.
Do you know who they are?
That is what we call the oath of office we took as members of the National Security Council.
What does that mean? You're not going to tell us?
We will tell you.
When?
When we finish the investigation.
Which is when? This year?
No. In a couple of 10 days, 2 weeks. They will be arranged in court.
You'll toboa the names.
My friend, we will not allow the destruction that took place, the death that took place yesterday, loss of property, that the perpetrators, the financiers,
and you have proof.
the planners.
You have proof.
Watch this space.
That's what your boss said. People keep saying, what is this space? What is this space?
You know, Jeff, and one day maybe you might be part of the people who are in the security sector. We don't run things like this. It takes time. A file must be prepared so that when they go to court, the DPP has a very solid case. But I can tell you the leads are there.
Okay, you still haven't explained.
You want to tell me?
Yeah.
You want to tell me? And yesterday, thank you for showing what happened in Kisii.
And Migori?
No, Migori, in fact, there was not much. What happened in Kisii, in Mombasa, and in Nairobi, and its outcast? You think that was spontaneous? Those were planned.
What about that gentleman shooting at the protesters? Was that justified?
No, I think that's why he was booked in. He was protecting himself. If you watch that clip, they wanted to stone him to death. He protected himself. But
is it correct, though?
No. Everybody, every civilian who has a firearm, just like the way you're asking me, what are the rules of engagement of KDF? Civilian arms holders, before they are given the certificate, they are given the rules of engagement. And that is something the DCI, the custodian of the criminal justice system, will deal with.
Okay, rules of engagement. KDF, do they fire on sight? I mean, what's the deal when they hit the streets?
The court told us to gazette the rules of engagement. Ours is to protect critical infrastructure, including royal media.
We are critical.
We are critical. You are a very serious media house. And I'm not very far from you.
I know.
Yeah, you know, somebody
DOD is around the corner.
No, you know why we protect you. A hooligan can come here and say the government has been overthrown. That's how critical you are. Not only you, but all media houses. Because it's a medium to the country. That's why I'm sure here you have got security.
Yes.
KBC. 2, we said we will cover the 47 counties. In the event we are called as a last resort, we will not come. The National Police Service, even within the reading of the law, the command is still with the Inspector General of Police and his team. So if we are called, like we were called in on Tuesday last week, when we are called in, we will come and protect critical infrastructure of the 3 arms of government and county governments and private entity.
What do you mean by protect? Shoot on sight?
No.
What do they do?
We came to Parliament. We removed all the protesters who were there.
How?
No. By the way, you have seen last Tuesday and Thursday, when we appear somewhere, people stop the nonsense they're doing.
People run.
People run and they say, even, the Gen Zs and everybody was saying, Gen Zs, they have an app. We were listening to. And they were saying, goons have come, KDF is back on the streets, let's leave. Then finally, we will leave tomorrow. If tomorrow and the day after normalcy comes back, I will send another gazette notice. You will hear it.
Saying you're back to the barracks.
Yes. That's why I told you, nobody has deployed KDF. The Constitution of Kenya 2010, in Article 241, 3B and 3C, calls in Kenya the deployment of KDF when those 2 articles calls in.
Yeah.
And then the president, as a commander-in-chief, and in exercise of Article 132 of the Constitution. And I want people to read Article 132. The president is supposed to protect other arms of government and their critical infrastructure. He is supposed to protect human rights, the rule of law, make sure there's peace in the country.
Yeah, but there's 39 lives lost in all of that so far.
From my colleagues in the interior, they are saying 25.
No. Let
me give you a good example. You know, when the president was asked, there were two incidents. There was a young 12-year-old in Rongai.
12 bullets.
Yes.
12 bullets.
Yes. I mean, my condolences to him and to his family. Not 12 bullets, it was only one bullet. One bullet. Then the gentleman, the other young guy in Madare, has not died. He was shot, but he's still in hospital. You know, if you can please help us find the person who was shot 12 times. We will be, because we checked all the post-mortem.
But even the president, remember we was asked that question on Sunday?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There were 8 bullets.
Yeah, they said 8 bullets. Even the 8 bullets. The young guy in Rongai, the post-mortem, even yesterday you aired in your news, was 1 bullet. You know...
In Rongai?
Yes, I think the one in Rongai. The one in Madare is still alive, to my collection. But let me tell you one thing. All the life lost, whether it is 39, whether it is 25, whether it is 1, it's very unfortunate.
It's one too many.
It's one too many, and it should not happen. And my condolences. I mean, nobody, even the police, there is the rules that are given of engagement to when to exercise firing live bullets.
But tell me something. Since you deployed KTF on that day, does that mean the police failed?
No.
It must be.
No.
If you're deploying KTF, the police have failed.
It says, the Constitution says, where the police are overwhelmed.
Aha.
So they didn't fail.
Oh, they were overwhelmed.
The word is they were overwhelmed.
Oh, so it's English now.
It's not English. It's the Constitution. Which is written in English. Which is derived from the English law.
Yeah.
You're very right.
Buenos dias, I'm going to take a break, come back, we talk some more. I've got some business news to do, and then we'll come back and talk a little more. Wow. CS Aiden Dwale, he's coming out, guns blazing. This is the kind of conversation we need to have. Gen Zs, are you listening? What are your thoughts?
Our vital voices. I call them...
You like them, huh?
I like them. They're called the vital voices, beautiful voices. Today, members of parliament, I have been in parliament for many years. They used to push me for increment of salary.
Yeah.
I am seeing members of parliament say, we don't want salary. We don't want salary.
What a guy.
Sifuna did not talk about his fuel card.
Yes.
What is he talking about today?
The 300,000 shillings on his fuel card.
Last week it was 500,000. He didn't talk. It's the Gen Zs who made him talk.
ya watu waache maandamano, wanataka kuzungumza haya. Moja kwa moja tunaenda katika ikulu ya Nairobi tupate kusikia.
Nairobi at the request of State House. My name is Joe Ageyo, and in this interview I will be joined by my colleague Linus Kaikai from Royal Media Services and Eric Latif from the Standard Media Group. And it's my colleague Linus Kaikai who's going to go with the first question of this interview.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The hashtag out there is Ruto must go. Doesn't need much interpretation, does it? Protesters want you out of office. How do you respond to that?
Everybody is entitled to their opinion. I have a job to do. We are a country of rules. We are a constitutional democracy. And citizens, because we all enjoy the freedom of speech, freedom of thought. Citizens are free to engage in discourse that they want to, but that is what it is. Those are the fruits and signs of a democracy.
But this is no ordinary discourse, Mr. President. Over 20 people are dead. 39 are missing through state-driven abductions. And first, they're asking a very simple question. 24 people dead. Your Excellency, do you have blood on your hands?
I have no blood on my hands. 19 people to the record that I have from the security agencies are dead. Very unfortunate. As a democracy, that should not be part of our conversation. 2.4 billion of property has been destroyed. The Office of the Chief Justice has been burnt. City Hall has been burnt. Parliament has been burnt. That is the situation.
Let's turn lives. Let's turn lives, Your Excellency.
19
let's
people
turn lives,
dead.
Your Excellency.
We have 19
I said
people
24.
dead.
You said 19. Let's turn lives.
And number two,
Your Excellency.
on abductions.
Your Excellency, let's turn lives. There are people who are burying their children, whether they're 19 or 24, and they're watching now, and they want to see how you feel about the deaths. Give us your feelings, Your Excellency.
Let me tell you.
And we could give examples, Your Excellency. There is a 12-year-old boy, Kennedy Onyango from Rongai, whose mother narrated how his boy was basically just going to get books for his schoolwork. There is Rex Masai, who was shot in the middle of the street in Nairobi. And these are real human beings. Don't you feel a sense of responsibility for what is going on in the country?
Let me tell you the following. Any life that is lost is something that must bother anybody, beginning with myself. And it is the reason why I have told you that when I came into office, I said three things. Number one, I said there will be no extrajudicial killing in Kenya. That's number one. And I have made sure that there is no extrajudicial killing in Kenya. That's number one. Number two, when I came into office, I said I want an independent police service. And I did sign the necessary instruments so that the police does not need permission, does not need authority, and does not report to the office of the president. The police operational, financial independence, I have made sure that the police don't have to ask me, don't ask anybody. They operate independently. And number four, it is true that children got into situations that they became victims of the demonstrations. What started to all of us, and I have spoken about it, I have said the young people who have stepped forward to engage in the political discourse of their country in a peaceful manner, tribeless, are a welcome development in Kenya. That I said. But let me also say the following. These great young people who have stepped forward to prosecute their agenda, the affairs of the country, I am certain that they did not ban parliament. Criminals and other agents who took advantage of a legitimate concern of Kenyans stepped in, went and banned the Chief Justice's office, went and banned City Hall, went and banned Parliament, and destroyed property of innocent citizens.
The parents, Mr. President, what are you telling them? These things have happened under your watch.
I am telling every parent, I have kids like they do. And I care when there are issues in town where criminals can take advantage of situations and create a situation where the police have to use rubber bullets, the police have to use live bullets in some cases, because that is what an independent police service has to do. And I am sure the police have a record and have an explanation for every incident that they were engaged in.
And here is the incident, Mr. President. Just a moment. Here is the incident, Mr. President. This boy, 12-year-old, took 8 bullets. 8 bullets into the body of a 12-year-old boy. What would you tell the mother of that boy?
That boy is alive, right?
No, it's not.
Kennedy Onyango died.
He's died.
So he's the one who died?
Yes.
So you're not talking about the person who was shot with rubber bullets?
No.
No.
Yeah?
Shot with bullets 8 times.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
In Ngong, this is the situation in Ngong, right? In Ngong, there was an incident where the police were overpowered by criminals. They took a firearm from the police. They used that firearm against people. And one policeman had to shoot this fellow who had hijacked a gun from a policeman so that not to endanger the lives of more citizens. It is among the 3 people. One of the criminals is among the 3 people who was shot by the police after they overpowered the police and took the bullet and took the gun from the police and used it against innocent citizens. I cannot confirm to you that this is not the man that shot the child, but investigations are going on and we will get to the bottom of it.
Mr. President,
I am telling the mother of this young person that I, as president, will make sure that finally I will give her an explanation of what really happened and make sure that we bring this to a situation where, like her, like myself who have children, she too her child can be accounted for.
Mr. President, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is the one that has accounted for 24 bodies lying in morgues. And those bodies, the records show that these people either died in hospital and while undergoing treatment for gunshot wounds, or they ended up in the morgue in the last 2 weeks with gunshot wounds. 24. These 24, Mr. President, are you saying that the security agencies have told you that these 24 were criminals, that these 24 were armed, they were posing a danger to the police officers, and that is what necessitated the police to use live bullets on them? Because the circumstances for the police officer to use a live bullet is clear, even in their own code of operations. It is when the life of that police officer is in danger, or when somebody else's life is clearly in danger, and the person who is endangering that person is armed. Were the 24 armed? Did they pose a danger, a direct threat to the police?
2 things. The same Kenya Human Rights Commission.
Kenya National Commission.
Kenya National Commission.
The government agency.
Yeah, the government agency.
Yes.
Told the nation that there was a massacre in Githurai and 20 people were killed in Githurai. Were 20 people killed in Githurai? Really?
The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights does not have records of 20 people killed.
No, but that's their statement. It is a statement that is public. You know? So the same Kenya Human Rights, Kenya Commission, National Human Rights Commission told the country a blatant fake news falsehood that there was a massacre.
This 24 is also...
Let me, you asked me a question. Allow me to answer.
Yes.
That's what they told the country. So an organization that can tell the country without verifying that there was a massacre in Githurai. In fact, BBC, on that account, went to investigate in Githurai. And of course, you know, you have read, BBC has said there was no massacre in Githurai.
Mr. President,
there was one person who was shot by the police. Let me answer.
Yep.
So, an organization that is as reckless as to say there was a massacre when there was none, now is telling us there are 24, the police are saying 19. We will find out where the numbers are. But that is the credibility of the organization that you're telling.
Mr. President, that may well be.
Let me also.
My question,
just on
Mr.
that
President,
issue, just so that Eric can follow up.
The people who died.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming.
Were they a danger to the police?
That's where I'm coming.
Are they the criminals that you're talking about?
Let me tell you two things. There will be an investigation on how these 19 Kenyans died. There will be a clarity, an explanation for each and every one of them. I have told you one situation where somebody accosted the police, took over the firearm, started to shoot at people, endangering the lives of many other Kenyans. He was shot by the police. There is a situation in Parliament. How did the invaders in Parliament? They invaded Parliament and went straight for the armory at the Mausoleum. They went straight at the armory at the Sergeant at Arms office. Those are the investigations that we will get into, and a proper explanation will be given to the country.
Are weapons lost?
What I am saying...
Are the weapons at the armories and the Mausoleum and inside Parliament?
That is why there will be an investigation of how these armories were attacked and how did these people know that there was an armory in Parliament?
Mr. President, you may not believe the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, but surely you would believe your own deputy who has said there's been a return to extrajudicial killings and abductions, contrary to what you and him promised the people of Kenya.
Let me tell you, I am the president, and I speak for the government of Kenya, right? And so this is what I am telling you. I made 3 commitments. That I will make sure the police is independent. And I did that on my first day in office. Number 2, I said there will be no extrajudicial killing in Kenya. I have kept my promise. Number 3, I have told you that if there is any arrest by the police, that does not amount to an abduction. In my very honest opinion.
Let's pause for a moment, Mr. President, and I just want us to go to that video over there, which will play on air, and let's pause and watch it together, Your Excellency. Let's watch this video.
Tell them to the people of Kenya, there are enough intelligent people in Kenya to differentiate what is good from what is better and what is best.
Ni jambo mbaya sana kama tutatumia askari polisi wako na maoni tofauti ya kisiasa.
Waeleze ya kwamba these people don't understand the damage they are doing to the people and the economy of Kenya.
All right.
Yes, the video in contention here was recorded earlier today.
Yes.
That of former MP Alfred Keter being abducted in broad daylight. Mr. President, before you even talk about the entire incident, the children were screaming, and a sound that we believe belongs to the wife was also heard, screaming in distress. How does that make you feel?
3 things. I have told you, I made a deliberate decision to make sure that the police operate independently. That's number 1. Number 2, I have told you, if the police summon Linus Kaikai, and Linus Kaikai refuses to go to the police, are the police not entitled to come and look for you? When the police come to arrest you after they have summoned you and you didn't show up, is that an abduction?
So let's have this as a confirmation. That
no, I'm just asking you.
Let's have this as a confirmation, Your Excellency, that Alfred Keter was summoned by police. He refused to
police have
respond to
issued
the
a
summons.
statement. I would suggest, instead of us having a back and forth, the police have released a statement. Can you check what the police have released, the statement?
And you still not answered my question.
Which
the
was?
wife and children screaming that way.
I mean,
how do you feel, Your Excellency?
I mean, my friend, every child every mother feels the same when their parent is under attack. I mean, that is what it is. But let me ask you, what about the children? What about the children of those who have lost their lives because of the criminality of others? Don't they feel the same? So we just need to be a country of the rule of law. Impunity cuts both ways. Those who respect the law must be protected by the law. Those who do not respect the law must face the full force of the law. That's how it operates. That's how we will have a society.
Here's
the same way we must condemn excessive use of police powers, but we must equally deal firmly and decisively with criminals who put the lives of other Kenyans in danger, destroy property of hard-earned earnings. There are many people, Linus, in this demonstration that have lost livelihoods, that today their children are crying. Today their wives are in tears because they don't know how to face tomorrow.
Mr. President,
their businesses have been wiped out.
Yeah.
Their incomes have been destroyed. I have just told you 2.4 billion shillings worth of business has been destroyed.
I hear you,
and today, as I talk to you this evening, there are families who have tears. There are families who do not know how to face tomorrow.
And I've asked you very specifically, President, how do you feel about those tears, especially those who have been killed by police bullets?
It is horrible. It is horrible. When you find a situation where people are grieving, whether they are grieving because their parents have been arrested, or they are grieving because their hard-earned earnings of many years, monies there, I have on my phone, people who are saying, I borrowed money. My whole loan has been wiped out. My whole barber shop has been destroyed. My whole hardware has been looted and burnt. And they are in tears. So I must equally work with the police to protect all these citizens. And it cuts both ways, Linus. It cuts both ways.
Using the rule of law.
Absolutely.
Let me take you to just step by step.
Absolutely. The rule of law.
The rule of law says. The rule of law requires the police to investigate a matter, to, when they have sufficient evidence, present that to the ODPP. The Director of Public Prosecutions takes people who are culpable to court. That's the journey in the rule of law, Mr. President. Mm-hmm. In the case of 39 people who have been abducted, and the abduction here, we're using it deliberately because of the manner in which the people have been arrested, like we've seen in the case of Alfred Keter. Others who've been picked up from their houses in the middle of the night, and they are held incommunicado for more than 24 hours outside of what the rule of law says. And then they are not taken to court, so they are not charged with anything. That is outside of the rule of law. So in one instance here we are saying we are not following the rule of law. In the second instance, Mr. President, you have people who were unarmed, like in the case of Rex, who was shot in the middle of the night, unarmed, who have been shot by police and they've ended up dead. 24 of them. You say 19. That again is extrajudicial because there is no justification that has been produced to show that there was justification for the police to use the excessive force. So basically we are showing examples where the rule of law, which you promised to uphold, which you also set and said, this is what the police has been doing. And you said, Mr. President, as you took office, that the problems with the police service also are going to the top, the leadership of the police service. And you promised the people of Kenya that you're going to hold the police to account outside of the rule of law and accountability, which comes to your desk. Are you holding the police accountable for 39 people abducted, for 24 people killed, for 627 people arrested and not charged, for 431 people injured by live bullets, rubber bullets, tear gas canisters, police batons.
Latif, as I have told you, we must operate within the parameters of the rule of law. And I agree with you. The police must never act outside the framework of the rule of law. They must do that which only the Constitution and the law allows them to do. And it is very clear that any operation of the police outside the parameters of the law, the police will be held to account. Whether it is holding citizens beyond the stipulated time, but I must be thoroughly clear to you. When police arrest somebody, there is a constitutional timeline which they are allowed by the law to hold that person.
24 hours.
That does not amount to an abduction.
24 hours.
In my opinion. A case in point is what has just been said here about what happened earlier today. And you guys clearly said in this conference that it was an abduction. I mean, it's just clear now that it is not an abduction.
They're not
this is an arrest. And the police have come forward to say, this is the situation, we have arrested this person, and it is just good for us to all of us follow the law. And I agree with you, the police must act within the law. But let me ask you one question also, Latif. I have never, in this conversation, which is now 20 minutes in, are you guys bothered about the fact that Parliament was banned? Are you guys concerned that millions of businesses, of Kenyans, hardworking Kenyans, were destroyed? How do you feel?
But it all happened.
How do you feel?
It all happened under your watch, Mr. President.
No, but this is
at the end of the day,
this is why we are saying
you sought to keep us safe.
We must be even. You know, we must be even. The police have a difficult job. They have to make sure the peaceful demonstrators are protected. But they also must make sure that the criminals, and when you say criminals, you know, when I said the other day criminals, many people took offense that I was calling the demonstrators criminals. That's not.
Families of the dead, Your Excellency,
that is not. That's
a lot of offense. Family of Rex. Rex was killed in a week when the protesters were very peaceful. The first week of these protests were peaceful. We saw protesters carrying
placards
and water bottles.
Rex was killed on his way out of work.
Let me.
How do you feel? I mean,
let me tell you
when they hear you say criminals.
I mean, are you telling me Rex is the one who banned Parliament?
But Rex died without breaking anything.
No, I'm just telling you.
He died.
You know, Rex
there are criminals who infiltrated and caused mayhem, and in fact, some of the criminals are actually harmed. They actually harmed the peaceful protesters. Many of the peaceful protesters, they lost phones. They were attacked. In fact, some of the peaceful protesters were attacked by criminals, including a clear example of the one I have explained to you, that they overpowered the police, took the gun from the police, and started shooting innocent people. So we must deal with this situation globally.
Mr. President,
I feel for Rex and the mother. This should not happen to any child in Kenya, especially when they are engaged in a peaceful demonstration.
Mr. President, the concern I've had from the young people, because I've been speaking to a lot of them, and they said they haven't heard you in the two statements. Actually, there are more now because you have spoken in other settings apart from the two addresses you gave. They haven't heard you address them. They haven't heard you talk to these parents. They haven't heard you acknowledge that there were people who were shot by police in circumstances that did not warrant that. Are you saying you haven't seen anything that bothers you about how police responded to these protests?
I am very, and I have, and in my first statement, I clearly said that innocent lives were lost. In my second statement, I said the same. There were innocent lives lost. But also equally, as a person who is responsible, I must think about those who are suffering because they were innocent, but I must also be concerned about those who are suffering because criminals caused them immense harm. And that is the balance that I need to be able to lead a country. I must protect everybody. I must protect the protesters, and I must be concerned about their lives. I must also protect innocent people who become victims of criminals who take advantage of a peaceful, democratic process that goes on in our country.
Do you feel that you protected all those people in the last couple of days, whether it is people who have businesses, whether it is Parliament, whether it is the people who lost their children?
I did my best. If I hadn't done what I did, things would have been much worse. In fact, many people ask me, Mr. President, why did you call in the army? I mean, what choice did I have? I mean, it would have been very reckless of me in the face of the kind of harm people had gone through, the 19 lives that were already lost, in the face of a burning Chief Justice office, Parliament, and the rest of it. I mean, it would have been very reckless of me not to mobilize every arm of government and every arm of our security agencies to protect the country and to protect lives.
You acted as commander-in-chief. You also acted as president, head of government, and the person who took the sword and promised to protect the people of Kenya. You chair the National Security Council, which brings in the head of the police, the head of the intelligence, the head of the military, and cabinet secretaries in those dockets. Did you have information prior to Tuesday that there was going to be infiltration of the peaceful demonstrations by the criminal elements that you've talked about more than once? And if you did, what did you do about it?
We had information, and that is why we prepared in the manner in which we did. If we hadn't prepared in the manner in which we did, we would not be counting 19. We would be counting different numbers.
Okay.
And I am telling you that the level of mobilization by criminals was heavy. In fact, many of the peaceful protesters, many of the young people, very well-meaning young people, left the town by 10, maybe 11, because they realized, and in fact you could hear them in their zelo. They were saying, guys, this is not our group. Let us go. Let us leave. You could hear them. It was in public domain that the peaceful demonstrators all of a sudden realized that the whole thing had metamorphosed into criminality.
So there are criminal elements that basically hijacked. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it is Sunday. Mr. President, how many people are in custody on account of this? Those who you said they conducted treasonous activities, there were criminal elements. You will see them in court tomorrow. How many people are in custody? You will see them in court tomorrow. The police know what I have a ballpark brief by the police that they have enough people. They have actually, because in Kenya nowadays, you cannot commit crime and get away with it. Those who attacked Parliament are on CCTV. Those who attacked the judiciary are on CCTV. Those who attacked everywhere, those who destroyed people's shops are on CCTV. Many of them are on the run, but we will catch them.
Similarly, Your Excellency.
Are the funders
Similarly, Your Excellency.
in
Similarly.
To your question, so the police are at it, because if we don't deal with impunity, we will not have a country.
Now, similarly, Your Excellency, you speak of them, protesters being on CCTV.
Not the protesters, I'm saying the criminals who attacked Parliament.
Right. Now, every policeman also, without uniform, conducted an abduction, has also been captured on camera. those who captured Shad Kiprono were captured on camera. Those who captured Alfred Keter today were captured on camera, and a number of other such incidents. Similarly, so that because I can hear you balancing.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, are we going to see action against the killer cops, or were they doing what you are saying you had to do to prevent this from being bad?
Any killer cop who went beyond what is provided for in the law, action will be taken against them. But to your question, are you telling me, Linus, that a police officer becomes only a police officer when they are in uniform? No. Police officers can identify themselves even when they are in civilian. So, and when a police officer comes to you and says, this is my ID, I am police officer, you are under arrest for the following reasons, that is legitimate. You cannot tell me that because they were in civilian, then what they did was wrong.
And you know that's not what they do.
And
that's not what they did to Alfred Keter or Shad Kiprono.
Were you there?
We have the CCTV footage. It's there.
I would suggest, Linus, that we be fair to the police as well.
Mr.
And I have given you my word. Any police officer who does anything beyond the provisions of the law know the consequences. Just as any citizen who also participates in actions that are outside the law, they also know the consequences. And it is our responsibility to make sure that security agencies act in accordance with the law. As citizens, we act in accordance with the law so that we can have a law-abiding, rules-based, rule of law-based country.
As things stand now, Mr. President, are you satisfied with how the police handled this whole matter?
I think the police have done the best they could. If there are any excesses, we have mechanisms to make sure that those excesses are dealt with.
Let's wrap it this way, Your Excellency, on that topic. You have absolutely no regrets about the abductions and no regrets about the killings?
Those are your words. Those are not mine.
They're also your deputy's words.
Don't put words in my mouth.
They're also your deputy's words, and he's part of your government, because it's so scary, Mr. President, sitting there and telling the whole country that from this moment on, we should not believe what your deputy tells us about the state of the nation until you speak. Yet we all thought that you're part of the same government.
Don't inject my deputy into this conversation. I think it is not fair, since he's not here, to tell you in what context he said whatever he said. I think it is not proper to discuss the deputy president here, and he's my deputy. Please let me deal.
But have you asked him that you had a press conference?
Let me deal with the issues as they are now. I think being personal and going that direction does not help.
I wish this was personal, Mr. President, but it's a really serious national issue that right after you spoke, your deputy told the whole world that he was informing us that extrajudicial killings and abductions had returned to this government that he is part of. How surely can that be personal, Mr. President?
I am sure that if you interview the deputy president, he will answer that appropriately.
You haven't asked him?
You can take it from me that extrajudicial killing will not be part of an administration that I run. I can say that without fear of any contradiction.
Yes, in the interest of moving this conversation forward, Your Excellency, I want us to look into the last 2 extraordinary weeks that this country has had. Protests that you called tribeless and some of your aides call leaderless. But protests that are led by young people who are unhappy with how you've run this country for the last just under 2 years now. But the question they have as they look at you and watch as you speak today, Your Excellency, do you get it?
I get it. Let me tell you, my good friend Linus. What we are facing today is not a product of 2 years. What we are facing today is a product of many years. We've had a problem, a youth bulge, a demographic challenge as a nation, which we have ignored for very long. For the first time, I have decided that I am going to be deliberate, I am going to be intentional on tackling the challenge of young people and unemployment in Kenya. First time, there is an administration that thinks about the young people. Let me give you 3 examples, maybe 4.
Well, let's keep it within the 2 weeks, please.
No, it's okay. It's the 2 weeks.
Yes.
But don't look at the 2 weeks in isolation. The young people we have in the street did not happen in the last 2 weeks. They were not born when I became president. They were not jobless when I became, they did not become jobless when I became president.
But I want us to...
These are young people who over the years, we have close to 4.5 million young people who are out of school, out of college, with degrees, certificates, diplomas, without jobs. And that is why I have done 4 things. Number 1, when I pushed the housing program, it was not about the houses, it was about the jobs. Today, as I talk to you, Linus, we have 160,000 young people working in different parts of Kenya under our housing program. In Mukuru, here in Nairobi, and I challenge you, Linus, to go there tomorrow, there are close to 4,000 young people working who are jobless. Number 2, I have a whole program on digital jobs. I was in Ruto
now,
with the MP for... just allow me.
Allow me to interrupt you.
No, allow me.
There are risks on both ends of this interview.
No, you told me about
Your Excellency
the young people.
Talk about the last 2 weeks. And the young people are saying, you don't get it. You don't understand what they're talking about. Now, what is the trigger here? They're saying there was this conversation about the finance bill that your government, until the other day, could not listen to anybody. It's not about the housing project. It's about listening. They are saying yours is not a listening presidency, and yours is not a listening government.
How best can I listen to the young people of Kenya if I am not addressing their issues? And that is why I want to tell you, Linus, these young people, what is their biggest issue? They have talents. They have gone to school. They have no jobs. That is the problem. And I am addressing those issues. Housing is one of them. Digital jobs is another. I was in Ruto with Simon Kingara, the MP for Ruto, launching an ICT hub that will is actually hiring already 5,000 young people. Our whole plan, including what was in the finance bill, was to increase CDF by 10 billion shillings to roll out ICT hubs in every ward in the Republic of Kenya, so that we can hire young people, train them, put them on digital jobs. I have a 3rd program on export of labor.
Mr. President.
I have a 4th program on manufacturing, to be able to create more opportunities for the young people of our country.
And we want to inform you, they're no longer just talking about things that can be done to them as a demographic. They are looking at the big picture. Finance bill brought them out. And when did they come in? They came in after all public participation forums were not listened to. Kenya Association of Manufacturers spoke to the parliamentary committee, same thing, and said this is a bad bill. Association of Insurance spoke to the parliamentary team, this is a bad bill. We had a big conversation on national television, this is a bad bill. You did not listen. You had a meeting here with your UDA MPs and at some point told them to pass it as it is. And until the last week, that was the first Tuesday when the protests were there, when now you offered to some amendments. They're saying you're just not listening, and it's not about them, it's about the big picture issues, and we'll come to them, including the question of corruption, which is not really you think?
Indeed, Mr. And just to add on to that, Mr. President,
have
respectfully,
been more
Mr. President, I just want to come
in your analysis.
I just want to add on to that, Mr.
Because
I want to add on to
because let me just finish it.
It's the same question. It's
okay.
The same question, Mr. President. If you went into all the X spaces where the youth are speaking, if you looked at the demonstrations and what they were saying, the placards they are carrying, none of them has talked about we don't have jobs. None of them have talked about the housing jobs are not enough for us. None of them have talked anything about what you have mentioned. So it's not that they are not seeing about the jobs. It is beyond that, Mr. President. And respectfully, I want to put it to you that you're not hearing what they're saying.
In fact, we only had after the protests, after all those things you described, that's the time that you came and said, I have listened.
Let me tell you the following. The rejection of the finance bill, and this goes to what Linus has said, that we didn't hear anything. Let me tell you, the process of a finance bill, in fact, you know, many people believe in Kenya that the finance bill is an invention of William Ruto. It is not an invention of William Ruto. The finance bill is an instrument that has been with us ever since independence. Only that we have made it much more transparent. Only that we have brought out more to the public. And that is why there is greater interrogation of what government is doing, especially after the new constitution that made public participation not a sterile provision of the constitution, but public participation to be an integral part of lawmaking, an integral part of managing the country. Let me tell you, when we took the bill, when we formulated the bill, it had 346 billion of new revenue. When MPs went out to the public said, we don't think this is good. We don't think this is good. It was reduced by 140 something billion shillings. It remained just 200 billion. Doesn't that amount to listening?
No, it doesn't.
That the public said, reduce this by...
No, it doesn't, Mr. President. And that's why I said reject it.
Just wait. No, we are talking about listening.
Yeah.
Just relax. We're talking about listening, okay? So the public said, reduce this by 146. We sat down, we cut down the areas, we reduced it to 200. What went into the space was the people who wanted to mislead the public, to say, oh, you see, in fact, everything you have been told is still there. This was not removed. These people are not listening. These people are not listening. And let me tell you, my good friend Latif, we have dropped the finance bill. Yeah? What does that mean? It means we have gone back almost 2 years. It means that this year we are going to borrow 1 trillion shillings to be able to run our government. That's what it means. I have been working very hard to pull Kenya out of a debt trap.
Mr. President.
Let me just allow me, because you know we need to contextualize this finance bill. It is easy, Joe. It is easy for us as a country to say, let us reject the finance bill. That's fine. And I have graciously said, we will drop the finance bill. But it has huge consequences. It means we will not confirm the JSS teachers, 46,000 of them. It means we cannot support our farmers with 2 billion shillings for us to make sure that farmers get a fair return of 50 shillings per kilogram, per kilo of their milk. It means we cannot sort out the coffee debts. It means we cannot support the cherry fund. It means we cannot sort out the debts of farmers in Mumias. It also means that we will continue to import potatoes from Europe when we have potatoes in his village. You just told me in Kimana. We have potatoes in Nyandarua. We have we'll have onions all over the place.
That may well be. I think the problem has been, these are people who are saying they haven't been listened to. You only listened because you said on that night, on that Wednesday night, that is the moment you said that you had realized, Mr. President, that Kenyans did not want anything to do with that bill. And one would wonder, how can that be, Mr. President? And you have had all these presentations that have been made. Did it have to take demonstrations and sadly loss of lives for you to come to a point where you'd realize what your people, the people that voted for you, are saying? That, I think, is what the young people are asking.
Let me tell you, Joe, members of parliament are representatives of the people, elected. They are not fools. And they are not mad. And I want to say, one day, Kenya will know that the MPs who voted yes are the true heroes of Kenya. Those are the people who saw the opportunity for us to unchain our country from debt trap and take our country to the future. Let me tell you, Joe, and I want to say this to the people of Kenya, that my plan was to make sure that in the next 3 years, maximum 4 years, we have a balanced budget, where Kenya is not the country where we are today. Let me tell you, gentlemen, and I want to tell the people of Kenya the following. We are in a very difficult financial position. This is something that the people of Kenya must understand, and that is why I am happy that we have a crisis. This crisis will help us be candid and speak to each other properly and contextualize where we are. We raised this year 2.3 trillion from our taxes. Of that 2.3 trillion, 1.1 trillion went to debt financing. 1 trillion went to salaries. What did we do? We had to go and borrow to pay the counties. We had to go and borrow to fund our education. We had to go and borrow to fund. Now, the funding gap we have done with the finance bill going down is that instead of borrowing 600 billion, we are going to borrow 600 billion plus 346 billion, that is close to $1 trillion. And let me tell you, my good friends, and I want us to be honest with ourselves. This is not how a country will get to a status where we are proud of our nation. This is not how we are going to, this is not how we are going to grow. And that is why, Linus, this situation, this crisis is a very important inflection point that we can sit together, assess, let us agree. And I have no problem. Let us agree.
Yeah.
Do we continue borrowing? And let me give you the statistics. When in 2013, Linus, just allow me 1 minute, please, with a lot of respect.
Okay.
In 2013, the debt stock of Kenya was 1.8 trillion. For 10 years, that increased 5 times to 11 trillion, 10 point something trillion. We built a lot of roads. We connected a lot of electricity. We did many things in 10 years. But we were doing it on debt. Today, we don't have the luxury to borrow because we have reached the limit. And today, let me finish. Today, all the money we borrowed from 2013 is maturing. That is why the biggest challenge that we have as a nation is that we are spending 1.1 trillion every year of taxes we collect from ordinary Kenyans to pay debt, and not the whole debt.
That's
interest alone.
Yeah. Interest principal comes to 1.8 trillion this year.
So, my good friends, and yet you want to tell me, William Ruto, don't collect domestic taxes. Go borrow more money.
No, Mr. President.
That's not what they're saying, President.
What is the alternative?
Yeah, and I just wanted to come to one.
No, what is the alternative? Just help me there.
Yeah.
Because there are only two things you can do. Either you raise money from taxes or you borrow, period. There is no magic here.
There are Kenyans, Your Excellency, right now who do not listen to all that.
Yes.
They are not interested in that.
That's okay, but that's the reality.
But I need
if you are not, if you do not want to listen to
reality. Your Excellency, hang on, Your Excellency, because I need you to address a very important issue here. And that is one of a trust deficit. There are Kenyans who watch you, Your Excellency, and I don't know whether you are aware that they don't trust what you say. They don't believe what you say. Are you aware, Your Excellency, for example, that a lot of Kenyans increasingly don't associate the truth with you?
That is your assessment, because you have never associated the truth with me from the beginning.
No, there's quite a number of Kenyans.
No, I mean, that is your assessment.
We asked people before we came here
this evening, assessment.
Yeah. And many of those that responded to me directly, and to even our platforms, on KTN News, on Spice FM, on NTV, on Citizen, and we were asking them, what question should we ask the president this evening? And the one thing that many of them were saying is, when will he stop lying? So it's not Linus.
Can he tell us the truth this time?
Let me say the following. I told the people of Kenya that I would reduce the prices of fertilizer from 7,000 to 2,500. I don't know how that is a lie, because they buy it at 2,500.
Okay.
I told the people of Kenya we're going to have a housing program. A housing program is underway in Kenya. I can tell you, Linus, that whether you believe me or not, facts will not change.
Yeah, and
facts are not changed by who says it.
And allow me to step back a bit, Your Excellency.
Facts are very stubborn.
Allow me to step back a bit.
Yes.
And what I'll do is we'll play clips, just a little combination of clips of yourself speaking not too long ago, and I want us to listen to that. I'll stand out of the way because you said it's me that doesn't share the truth with you, and I would like you to respond to yourself, to the clips that we are going to play.
But you see, Linus.
Let's watch that, Your Excellency.
I think, Linus,
yeah.
You don't bring clips that are in a biased way. You select maybe something that has not happened.
No.
Can you be fair and select clips across the board? What I said and has been done, and what I said and maybe has not been done.
So let's watch that. Maybe you can watch that. Yeah.
Waeleza ya kwamba these people don't understand the damage they are doing to the people and the economy of Kenya. Kwa hii taxes wanaongeza usiku na mchana. Na mimi nataka niwaulize watu wa hapa Manga, tafadhali, mkiona tumesimama hapa mbele yenu, tunawaambia ya kwamba tutengeneze hiyo serikali inakuja ambayo inaelewa lugha ya mwananchi wa kawaida.
If you have good ideas, why do you need the police? Why do you need blackmail? Why do you need intimidation? If you have better ideas, sell them to the people of Kenya. There are enough intelligent people in Kenya to differentiate what is good from what is better and what is best.
Ni jambo mbaya sana kama tutatumia askari polisi kuumiza wananchi wasio na hatia, eti kwa sababu wako na maoni tofauti ya kisiasa. Waeleza ya kwamba
I agree with that. It is not fair to use the police to harass citizens who have a contrary opinion. And that is perfect.
That's what they're accusing you of.
I still believe that.
That's what they're accusing you of.
But you don't tell me that... What is the problem with Alfred Keter?
Yeah.
Alfred Keter, no, it's not a contrary opinion. I mean, the police have said why they arrested him. It is not because of me. I didn't give any instructions. I didn't even know what was going on. Let me tell you, Linus, I am a very clear-minded person on what I say. When it is the police, I have said. Many of the people who opposed me, many of the people who were very scared about what I would do when I become president, even the people who did worse things against me, I have never gone after them because I don't believe in settling political scores using the power of state or using the police. Let me also say the following. When I talked about the taxes that I was
on the campaign trail, yes.
I was addressing in the campaign trail, it was very obvious that when at that time we were in subsidies that did not make sense. It is because I removed the subsidies and I changed and put production support. That is why today the price of unga has come down from 240 to 100, because I changed the model. I changed the configuration, and it is giving us results.
But are you aware, Mr. President, that the thing, perhaps apart from now the police brutality that people associate you the most, is the issue of taxes? I'm sure you know the name they call you. You've actually talked about it even yourself. This guy that they want to come down.
Let me tell you, my good brother, Ageo. When I came into office and I assessed the situation, and it was no longer possible for us to borrow money, I had to be honest with the people of Kenya. I had to tell them we have two options, right? And even as we imposed taxes, we explained, we made sure that there was adequate, elaborate public participation on what it is that we were trying to achieve. And let me tell you the following. I have done the best that I could globally. Today, our country has tremendous respect from many quarters globally because of what I have done. I have raised the profile of our country. Today, I was in Narok, and the tourism numbers in 2022, 1 million tourists. In 2023, last year, 2 million tourists. This year, by God's grace, we will get to 2.7 million tourists because of the profile that I have done for the country. I know somebody will say that that there is no truth in that, but call the tourism sector. They will tell you themselves that all hotels in Kenya today are operating 80% upwards, which is a new phenomenon in Kenya. I will also tell you that the international community have developed enormous confidence in Kenya. I see people who are saying, why did William Ruto go to China? Why did William Ruto go to Europe? Why did William Ruto go to America? Let me just tell you the following. When I went to China, we got money to be able to put equipment in 70 of our technical training colleges. Today, the contract has been signed, the equipment is being manufactured. When I went to China, we got money to build Boston Dam that has been waiting, that will serve the counties of Bomet and Kericho. When I went to China, we got money to build, we got 30 billion shillings to build roads in Nyandarua, in Kirinyaga, in 8 other constituencies in Kenya. That's why I went to China. When I went to America, we got a $1 billion facility to be built in Naivasha that is going to be the biggest data center in Africa, funded by UAE, working with Microsoft and Kenya. When I went to the US, we also agreed Kenya became the only country in Africa that is going to benefit from the CHIPS Act, where we will be manufacturing computer chips with other countries. Kenya will be among the first, will be actually the only country in Africa that will benefit from that. And so many of the young people who I see today, those are my targets for the future.
So it doesn't bother you that there's this tag on your head as a president who has overtaxed Kenyans, and that the sufferings that we are going through is because of excessive taxation that you have imposed on Kenyans? That is what I was asking about.
You see, if I am called Zakayo, yeah, because I have explained to the people of Kenya that the option we have is if we continue borrowing, we will go down the cliff. If that is what is going to take Kenya to be saved from a debt default, I don't mind being called Sakaya, because it is a sacrifice worth making.
Mr. President, every morning on Spice FM, we have 4 hours of a talk show. And many times we ask people, even those who come to the show, to tell us what is it that the nation is saying when we are seeing people out on the streets. And many of them, even when we said that we're coming, you have invited us to come and have this conversation this evening, they said, tell the president that he's tone deaf. And we ask why and how. And they say, when William Ruto took over as president, he took over a budget of 3.2 trillion shillings. He went to Parliament and he said, Honorable Speakers, I believe that this budget is too high. We should cut it by 300 billion shillings. So you believed barely 1.5 years ago that you can run the country with 2.9 trillion shillings. Barely a few months, you went to Parliament and requested to spend 3.6 trillion shillings. This year, you went to Parliament and initially requested to spend 4.2 trillion shillings. And what do they see in return? They see extravagance in government. They see a government that is pushing gung-ho to employ new people called CASs. They see a government that is purchasing new motor vehicles and trips that are extravagant. They see opulence with those that are close to the president appearing in public carrying wads of cash. They see condescending attitude from those who serve in this government when they're asked, why are you spending? And they respond the way they respond. Your advisors speaking the same. And so they see a government where the president is telling people, we are going to live within our means. We are all going to tighten our belts. We have austerity. They end up with their children not going to school because for months, JS teachers are on strike. They end up with, right now, 91 days where clinical officers have not been to work. 91 days, Mr. President. We ended up with intern doctors going on strike for weeks because the government says it has no money. We end up with people going to the hospitals and there's no medicine. We end up with people who are being told that we don't have money to pay salaries, or we don't have money to pay salaries and also having development. Yet, they see all this extravagance and opulence from those in power. You are tone deaf, Mr. President, that's what they say.
Well, I guess that's why we must have a conversation. That's why we must have a conversation. And I'm very happy for us to have this conversation so that we can put the facts on the table and we can all of us make a decision. But let me tell you the following. I've listened to you, and let me also tell you that today, the universities, which were almost closed, they had debts of 60 billion shillings. I have enhanced their budget by 40 billion shillings, the universities, because education to me is very important. It is the greatest equalizer. Today, the universities can confirm to you, and I was sitting here with the vice chancellors, that I made the right decision because we are funding the universities better. Let me also tell you, I took the decision to hire additional teachers, 56,000. It has never happened in the history of Kenya. Why? Because education is the greatest equalizer. Many parents in rural Kenya take their children to schools that have no teacher. And we are disadvantaging them. The children of the poor get the worst form of education. They have no chance. I decided, because I said it is bottom up, I decided that I'm going to put more money in making sure the child of every Kenyan has an opportunity to be their best by giving them the correct education. I decided that I am going to put money in farming. The first year, I put 10 billion shillings in fertilizer subsidy, a program that had been scrapped for 5 years. The difference is obvious. Today, by God's grace, we have a harvest. The prices of food commodities has come down. Day before yesterday, Latif, there was a release of where we are with inflation. Inflation in Kenya is now 4.6%. When I came into office, it was 9%. Inflation coming from food products. It was reported not by me, by the institutions that are charged, 4.6%. We have, where I have invested money, I can account for it.
Right.
And it is making a difference in the lives
Their
of
concern
many.
is on extravagance in government.
I will come to
opulence in government.
on opulence and extravagance. Every trip I have made, I have not made any trip outside Kenya to go and do things that are of no benefit to this nation. I can account for every trip that I have made outside our nation, whether it is on projects or programs or investments or even the profiling of this country to put it in good standing for us to attract investment. In fact, the Nairobi Stock Exchange, which was almost closed, was rated the best in the world. Not said by William Ruto, but it was in the public domain by Bloomberg. If you don't believe me, believe Bloomberg.
Mr. President,
So I have done what I could for the country.
You have
But
not
let me
answered-
finish
you have not answered the
opulence.
questions.
Let me go to the opulence. And let me be very clear that the display of insensitivity is a statement that has come to me, and is a sentiment that has come to me, and you will see something very different going into the future, whether it is coming from my staff, whether it is coming from this office. And I know people have raised issues of CAS, for example. I deliberately, even after Parliament had approved the position of CAS, I have not appointed any CAS because I realized that we were in a situation that we could not. And no CAS will be appointed until we have an economy that can support more opportunities. I know citizens have said that there is no need for the office of the First Lady or Second Lady.
Third Lady.
These are offices that were there. But because we have to live within our means, those offices from tomorrow, this new budget which is starting tomorrow, they will not be part of our equation, because in the face of what has happened, we have to trim down every other area. And in fact, not just those, many other spaces are going to be trimmed down to reflect the new reality, especially after the finance bill was taken down by myself. When I said we take this down, we are going to cut our clothes. We are going to cut our
coat.
Our coat, the size of our clothes. We're going to reduce money going to counties. We're going to reduce money going to the judiciary. When I came into office, the judiciary was getting 18 billion. Today, they are getting 25 billion. But it was because I believed in the rule of law. I believed that we needed to do something about making sure that our judiciary has resources, because Kenyans were telling me directly, justice delayed is justice denied.
Will you
I
cut
have
the size
hired
of your government?
the highest number of judges under my administration, because I believe that Kenyans must deserve justice.
Will you reduce the number of ministers, ministries, or state departments, or advisors?
That is an area we are going to target and cut down, because it is the reality we have to face.
Mr. President, when things like this happen elsewhere, this is a whole finance bill that's been taken down.
Correct.
You have people who have been advising you on financial matters. You have people who have been advising you on political matters, listening to the people. You have advisors who have talked down at Kenyans, who have called them spoiled kids, KFC, Java, and whatnot. And you have people who have been around you talking into your ear with regard to some of these things. And many people have ventured to actually say that this amounted to a vote of no confidence. Is there going to be some kind of shake-up that actually acknowledges that this is not where we should have been, and therefore, I am sorry, Kenyans, and this is what I'm doing about it? Because short of that, how are we to know that we will not find more of the same?
Watch this space.
There are those who have said now that clearly there are many people who have lost confidence in Parliament. There are those who have lost confidence in you, that maybe the way to regain the legitimacy is to go to an election.
There is no provision. You know, we are a country of the rule of law. Yeah? We must, whatever it is that we do, we must keep it within the parameters of the rule of law. And we cannot take what has happened over the last 2 weeks or thereabout and say we are going to abrogate our constitution. I think we will be going towards anarchy. And I don't think that is where we want to take our country. There is a demand on me as president, and I have said, because of where we are, because of what has happened, there is going to be a thorough cut down on many things, whether we are talking about allowances, maybe even we should have a conversation around salary. We had a meeting here with MPs, and even them, they are persuaded maybe it is time to ban Harambes so that we remove avenues of people participating in largesse, demonstration of, opulence. And I want to tell you that I am going to take action. I am going to work on this. I know what we should do, but I am also not going to be reckless and take the country into a crisis. I will make sure that I act responsibly and listening to what the people of Kenya are saying.
I don't know if this will preempt you, Your Excellency, but one of the most serious concerns that have been coming out, including in the Gen Z demonstrations, is the question of corruption. And right through this interview, you've not mentioned the word. And even as you go into that, I want to give you two illustrations. Kenyans dealt with or encountered the problem of fake fertilizers. And you never took action against your cabinet secretary for agriculture. Before that, we had the scandal around the importation of edible oil, which, Your Excellency, we don't know where the edible oil is to date. I don't think it ever found itself to the market. Again, there is a cabinet secretary in that ministry. And also, what got into the market was condemned sugar. And when we look at all the information around these three cases, these are people close to you. They're cabinet secretaries. And so you are unable to take action against them. So why should you be trusted now to act? Because there are those who read and say you are really a hostage of those who campaigned for you to become president. They get away with anything.
Three things, Linus. We hadn't reached the question of corruption. So don't unfairly accuse me that I have not spoken to it. I am ready to speak about it. So that's number one. Number two,
I fired the CEO of KEBS when the sugar thing came up. Number two, on fake fertilizer, the minister, Mithika Linturi, was taken through a process in Parliament. The CEO of National Cereals Board, the general manager of National Cereals Board, and other 7 members of staff are in court as I talk to you. The people who signed the contract, they are in court.
You spare big fish and roast the small fish.
No, let me just finish.
Yeah.
Because I need Linus. You know, I am a fair person, and I am a believer in the rule of law. Even though I may not like you, but I must respect that there is a due process. The moment, you know, we will have a minister who is charged in court, meaning there is evidence that they have participated in crime. Believe you me, I will take the action that is necessary. But if somebody is taken through a process and that process comes out without an indictment, I mean, surely we must give somebody the benefit of doubt until it is proven. And the fact that the CEO, general manager, and all the people that were there who actually evidence was found have been arraigned in court. Isn't that a step in the right direction?
What a political responsibility. What a political responsibility.
Let me finish. And then number 3, the other one you asked me was edible oil. The people who are involved in edible oil, I fired them, and they are in court. We have a new management in Kenya National Trading Corporation. In fact, we've just hired a new management for the Kenya National Trading Corporation. So those are actions that I have taken. And for your information,
void of what Joe is calling political responsibility.
Yeah.
But you see, else in the ministry can be.
But you see, gentlemen, if there is no evidence against a minister, surely, do you want me to fire somebody if there is no evidence? You know, there was a time Uhuru Kenyatta, as I served him as his deputy, removed 6 cabinet secretaries. But eventually, they were found that they were innocent, and we had to appoint them to be ambassadors. You know, so some of these, you know, actions must be tampered with process of law, you know, due process. So unless we follow due process, gentlemen, we will end up being something else.
Allow me up to this, just a moment, Eric, in a moment, because up to this point, Your Excellency, if I don't want us to lose the context, the last 2 weeks have been extraordinary. We've never seen anything like this. You have KDF troops in the streets of Nairobi. Up to this point, Your Excellency, and including on the question that I've just asked you of accountability within your government, do you think you are addressing the grievances that have made thousands of Kenyans across the country in places that were unimaginable to get out to the streets to say Ruto must go? Do you think up to this point they feel you've addressed their grievances?
I am not in their space, so I am doing what I believe I should be doing. I have taken the responsibility to withdraw the finance bill with all the attendant consequences. That I have done. I know what it means, and I know where it takes the country, and it is not a simple decision for me to make. And for your information, the finance bill was going to take Kenya big steps forward. But it's a sacrifice I've had to make because of the political reality that we are in. But it will mean counties will have to take maybe 30 billion shillings off their budget. It means we have to reduce CDF by maybe 10 billion shillings. It means we have to rethink about what to do with JSS teachers. It means we have to put on the freezer. We wanted to hire another 20,000 teachers because there are kids who do not have who do not have teachers. It means we have to work on our UHC program. We thought we would upgrade, for example, Linda Mama. You know, we thought we would upgrade Linda Mama.
There is something, Your Excellency.
It means we have to hold that, and it means many things.
Just told them what else they want to hear. You are speaking outward, but looking at the grievances, they are also asking questions inward from you, Your Excellency. And what I can hear from these grievances that have been expressed quite loudly, you said you are not in their spaces. We sometimes get into the spaces to listen to what they are saying. And all they're saying is you cannot be, for the next 3 years, the president that you've been for the last 2. So what is that you're going to change about?
That's why Linus.
Yes.
That's why Linus. That's why we are here. Of course, it's not going to be business as usual with the kind of reality we are faced with now. It has to be different.
Do you regret anything at all? What you should have done better? What your people would have done better?
Well, maybe there are things we should have done better. We should have communicated better. I think the biggest problem we have, even with the finance bill, because the finance bill has great things for Kenya. The finance bill says we shouldn't be importing potatoes from Europe. The finance bill says we shouldn't be importing onions or eggs from Europe. The finance bill says we should be growing our own industries. We should be manufacturing diapers in Kenya. We have 10 companies doing that. We should be manufacturing all those things in Kenya. We should be expanding our manufacturing capacity. That is what finance bill was talking to. But I am sure we will recover that when we have explained. The biggest challenge that I regret is that we didn't communicate better. Maybe we failed in explaining to Kenyans what the finance bill was all about. Because I promise you, if I am given a chance to explain to the people of Kenya what was in the finance bill and what the finance bill would have done for this country, every Kenyan would have agreed with me. But my regret is that
they would say you were here, Mr. President. They said you would have explained.
We didn't explain ourselves better. Maybe my communication team failed. Maybe I'm sure my communication team failed. Our communication architecture did not deliver, did not get the message out to the people of Kenya. In fact, if you look at what people were saying, they were saying, for example, there is a matter of land on the finance bill. There was no matter of land in the finance bill, not even a single line. And it is on that basis that people rejected the finance bill and many other things that were not in the finance bill.
Now, communication is about words, Mr. President. Let's go to the deeds, because when you see what Gen Zs are doing, for the first time in the history of this country, we've had protests on the altar of the Holy Family Basilica, because the young people of this country are telling you the political culture, which you've been part of having politicians speak in church, converting the platforms into, converting the pulpit into campaign platforms, must end. So I'm not hearing you addressing and looking more inward into this whole picture that the Gen Z is painting. They're not just talking about some of those things that you're raising.
On that, Linus, I have even had an occasion to speak to church leaders here. On that, on matters of politics on the pulpit, I am 100% aligned. We shouldn't be using pulpits in churches or in any other places of worship to prosecute politics. It is not right. And I agree, we need to change that culture. We need to change the culture of Harambee. Harambee started as a noble exercise. It supported many people to go to school. It supported many people to deal with the challenges of medication and hospital bills. But I think it has been stretched.
It bred corruption?
It has stretched too far. And I think it's time,
corruption?
as a country, we must stop corruption. We must stop Harambees, because it is occasioning and it is breeding, if I may say, corruption.
Yeah, because when your aid of a much lower pay grade donates 20 million shillings to a church fundraiser,
there is something fundamentally wrong. And that is why this conversation is necessary, so that we can stop it.
Conversation, Mr. President. On Wednesday, you said you are hearing that there's what the Gen Zs are saying, and you're going to initiate a conversation. We saw the head of public service release a press release saying that there is now a formation of the National Multi-Sectoral Forum that will bring together all people. And you started having conversation with church leaders. The Gen Z, upon seeing this, are saying, we did not ask for a conversation. We asked for action. So what action is going to precede this conversation? Because the conversation is another talk. It reminds people of the NADCO talks, the BBI talks, IPPG talks that just happen and they just don't end. And people are saying, we want action, Mr. President. But right now, we will participate in action, in conversations maybe later. But for now, Mr. President, yes, what's the action?
I promised that I will engage the young people. Yeah, I promised. I was just making good my promise. I promised a multi-sectoral forum, and that's what I have put out. I also promised that these are some of the topics I want us to discuss. I want us to discuss debt. I want us to discuss taxation. I want us to discuss unemployment. I want us to discuss corruption. I want us to discuss these issues. And it was a suggestion, and I am open. I am hearing that the young people are saying, we don't want a multi-sectoral forum. Maybe we should have an engagement with the president on X. And I am open to having an engagement with the young people on a forum that they are comfortable with.
You're ready to go digital?
If they want me to engage with them on X, I will be there.
At this point, Mr. President, do you think you know what the young people want?
I have many young people in my house.
Are they telling you all is well?
The same ones that are in all these other spaces. And they want an engagement. They have ideas. They have suggestions. And I am open. If what we are doing on the digital space, on the housing program, on the export of labor, on manufacturing, if they have suggestions, I am open to those suggestions. They can improve, they can change, they can make new suggestions. And I also have a responsibility as a father, because these are our children. I have also a responsibility to guide and to listen to them and to tell them, yes, on this, I agree. For example, let's not have a spouse's office. I agree. Let's not have CASS for now. I agree. Let us not have
advisors.
Advisors. We will agree. Let us not have churches being a space for politics. I agree. So many of these areas, we need to even have a conversation. If we are paying 46% of our revenues for salaries and wages, when the legally established space should be 35%. That is why I started a conversation with Salaries and Remuneration Commission. We must deal with the issue of wages and salaries so that we bring them down to 35% and leave more money for our development. That is a conversation I am very happy about.
When? Mr. President, it's been 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks of you saying every day we are going to have a conversation.
We just
you know what they say on social media?
I say
they call you the president of tutafanya, tutatenga, tutafanya, tutarudi.
No,
it is always futuristic.
But I'm here.
You're saying
but I'm here.
We are going to have a conversation.
I said within a week. I gave a timeline within a week. Yeah. So within a week we will have agreed on where are we meeting. Are we meeting at the X space? I am ready for that X space. Are we agreeing on this multi-sectoral? I'm waiting to see the suggestions that Kenyans have. I don't want to prescribe any suggestion, but when I give out a suggestion, I expect feedback. I expect people to say, maybe this is okay, maybe this is not okay, and then we agree on a way to
Mr. President, any of them analyzing what you have actually said tonight on the issue of your advisors, your cabinet, what you're going to do, what Kenyans like to call heads that are going to roll as a result of this national shame, because that is what many people have called it. You have said, watch this space. And here there are all these other things that young people are asking you about. What is that concrete thing that you're telling them tonight that I have heard you? These are the things I've heard you say since all these things started, and this is what I have done. Because you seem to have withdrawn or declined to sign this finance bill rather grudgingly, but not in good faith, having understood what people were saying. You're regretting this thing. You're saying, you guys, mutaona, mmekataa lakini mutaona. That is what we're hearing.
Let me tell you that I will not lie to the country that putting down the finance bill is going to be easy. I'll not be a leader. I have to be brutally honest. And those consequences, it will start with me. To cut down the budget in my office, to remove what we call austerity, to implement an austerity program that will cut down on unnecessary stuff, unnecessary offices, or offices that we can take down. I am ready to even engage the young people and for them to, because they want an engagement. I too want an engagement for us to agree. So what do we do with the debt? What do we do with the following? What do we do with the following? They will tell me, do this, fire so-and-so, fire so-and-so, do this. And I will tell them what is possible and what I think we could do it differently. Or are you telling me that I should just listen and implement without making a contribution to the conversation? I thought we are having a conversation.
I'm just telling you what they are saying. I'm not saying anything else. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing, because you did say you are not in their spaces, but I am in their spaces.
And in 2 weeks, Your Excellency, by now you'd have known what you should do. And I mean, there are basics.
Which 2 weeks?
2 weeks of the riots and 2 weeks of the protests. It's been 2 weeks.
It started the other Monday. So let me ask you, Linus, the protests, I finally decided that because we didn't communicate sufficiently to the people of Kenya the import of the finance bill, and there was so much built around it, including a lot of fake things, that were not in the finance bill. Many things that were not in the finance bill were used to fight the finance bill. And at some point, many people did not even care what was in the finance bill. Do not care. I think, at some point, as leaders, we must stop somewhere and say, we have a country to run. I mean, we cannot be reckless. We must, at some point, stop and say, what are the consequences? Because everything we do has consequences. And we must be careful as a nation to make sure that our country does not go down to the dogs. And believe me, countries, have gone in the wrong direction.
We must be careful. And I don't want to be the leader that took the country in the wrong direction. We must be measured. We must be careful. We must listen to the young people. We must listen to other views and be able to make a carefully well thought out plan for the country out of where we are.
Yeah, but what if the protesters are actually saying something in totality about your government, not just about the finance bill? It's not about just the finance bill, is it?
Linus, as I have told you, we are a democracy. The people of Kenya can make a decision. Yeah? And I am perfectly, alive to the fact that when the people of Kenya finally, the same way they decided to elect me, when they make another decision, we will comply as the people of Kenya. That's what a democracy is all about. People can vote in a government, people can vote out a government for whatever judgment the people have. So I want to be very clear to the people of Kenya that I will do my best to make sure that I tell the country the truth and I take the country forward. And I am committed to that. And I can see Kenya changing. If I had managed to pass this finance bill, Kenya would not be the same. We would take this country to the next level. The kind of investment I have made, the kind of collaboration with many friends that we have done, we would begin to see this country soaring into the future. But all is not lost. Maybe we have taken one step back. Sometimes maybe it is necessary to take one step back to be able to take many steps forward. And that is my thinking of this situation.
But surely it must bother you, Mr. President, that 2 years ago you ran such a euphoric campaign with things like Hatupangwingwi, and 22 months down the line, your State House is surrounded by the military. The military tanks, scary as they are rolling on the streets of major cities. And as we sit here today, people are saying Ruto must go. Surely that is such a fast slide. There must be something that causes one to pause and say, how did we get here? What happened here? And one would have expected an earth-shaking statement tonight that tells the country, I get it. Something has shifted in a major way in our country, and I'm also shifting as your president who's listening, and this is the new direction things are going to take.
Let me tell you, Joe, I came into office at a difficult time. Yeah? We have a combination of coming out of COVID. We have a serious drought that hit our country. We had interest rates that went up everywhere. We went into a very difficult situation. What did many countries do? Many countries went and defaulted. And I don't want to mention countries because it's not right to mention. But almost 8 countries in Africa went down. Many people expected Kenya to be among the 8. But believe you me, I have carefully managed the economy of Kenya. Kenya is not among the countries that have defaulted. If anything, we have running programs in Kenya. We have a whole housing program that is running. We have a whole digital program that is running. We have made changes in our education. We've hired more teachers. We've made sure that we have a new funding model for our universities. We have supported our farmers. We have reduced the cost of living. We have done many things, even in the context of all the challenges that we have had. I am telling you, I came in and I believe I am the right person to be in this space when Kenya is in a difficult position, because I believe I am the person who can sort out the challenges that faces Kenya at a point like this.
But when the public and the protesters, the Gen Z, some of who actually formed the base of your election campaign, are telling you, we are disappointed, you've not delivered. Hashtag Ruto must go. What do you tell them?
Let me tell them the following. Good friends, the young people of our nation,
my sons and daughters who supported me to win the election. I hear you. In fact, I saw, I think it was on your headline, a gentleman from my village who was saying, the president has let us down. Many children in this village are not getting jobs locally. That is why they are going abroad. Little did he know, my good friend from my village, that the children, the 500 of his colleagues around our village, are actually part of my plan on export of labor. They have actually, I intentionally supported them to leave the country because we got them jobs outside Kenya. So I am telling the young people of our nation to be patient. Our housing program is rolling. We will be hiring more architects, we will be hiring more engineers, we will be hiring more professionals to support our housing program. In the next 2 years, we will have 300, maybe 1,000 people working in that space. Be patient. We are sorting out the challenges that are facing our digital space. We are rolling out our digital space. Young guys, by the end of next year, God willing, we will have a digital hub in every ward in Kenya because we have already started that process. Every TVET in Kenya today has an ICT hub with young people monetizing their talent. I want to tell them we are full speed into manufacturing. That is why we're saying we're no longer importing clinker, we're no longer importing steel, we're no longer importing clinker, we are no longer importing furniture. We are going to stop importing eggs. We're going to stop importing onions and all this because we want to promote our local manufacturing to be able to create jobs for them. We are no longer going to be importing diapers or sanitary pads from other countries. They are going to be manufactured here.
Mr. President,
I have worked with the industries to make sure that we create opportunities for these young people. We are going to work with them to deal with the challenge of corruption. We're going to work with them to cut down on government like this. I am going to make sure that we have a lean government that responds to the reality of where we are as a country. That is what I am telling my good young people.
Young people. There's another group of young people. Please speak to them directly.
Yes.
The young doctors who are in university graduating this year,
yes,
who are going to look for internship in the next year. The young JS teachers who were on strike a couple of weeks ago, who are expecting to be absorbed into full permanent and pensionable contracts this year. The young clinical officers also who are graduating and they expect to go on internship. The other clinical officers who are hired on contract during COVID and other programs that are just contracts and contracts are coming to an end.
I am
telling
the JSS teachers, I had factored in 18 billion shillings in this year's finance bill to be able to transfer them to permanent and pensionable. Because in my phone, so many of them have asked me, Mr. President, we came in, we had an agreement that we are going to be interns for 2 years, we will move to permanent and pensionable. Although I don't have the finance bill, I want to tell them, give me a bit of time, let me figure this out, how we are going to do it without the finance bill. We had also put 3 billion shillings for the doctors so that we can be able to sort them out, especially the intern doctors and those who we intended to hire under our UHC program. I had put 10 billion shillings on the UHC program under the finance bill. That is now not in the equation. I have to figure out, let them just give me a little time. I'm going to figure it out again because I know and I feel and I made a commitment to them that we will do this. So even in the absence of the finance bill, and even as we cut down on expenditure on many other areas, it is still my commitment that we will see what to do with them so that the job they are doing in teaching our children, in treating our people, do not go to waste.
Mr. President, we're almost winding down this, but have you noticed that those young people, they actually have worked out the things that they believe you can take out and still be able to do the important things? Because you seem to have this elaborate plan, and I'm wondering where their views will fit in, because you seem to have this all worked out, but they probably don't want all those things.
That is why
they have figured out.
That is why, you know, part of what I told you, Joe, is communicating, you know, and I hope this time round I find a medium where I can engage, you know, and I am ready to go to this X place to engage with them, and I want to tell them this is my plan. Okay, tell me how I can make this better. Tell me this is not good enough, you know, change this. Because I have seen some of the demands they have made. They have said that don't hire CASs, and I agree with them. They have said remove the office of the first lady, the spouse of the second lady and all that, and I have agreed with them. They have said a couple of things that we already are in agreement. They have, of course, said some of the things, abolish the office of women rep. I've seen they have also said we should reduce the salaries of MPs to 200,000 or something. Some of those things are things that are not in my power. Those are the things that we need to do a whole of society, a whole of nation approach, so that if we are bringing down salaries from 1.1 trillion to 700 billion, that is something I am willing, and I am ready to start with my own salary, going down to salaries of others, so that we can all live within our means.
Your Excellency, we're now going to our final questions. And my final question will be about the protest and the deployment of KDF, which you did a few days ago. Now, the Gen Z, millennials, and the online Kenyans that are organizing these protests are promising to be back on the streets on Tuesday. What should we expect on Tuesday when protesters, peaceful as some of them have been, turn up on the streets of Nairobi? Do we expect them to be chased away by the Kenya Defense Forces?
First, the Kenya Defense Forces will not be on the street. They only come as a last resort. If the demonstrations will be peaceful, I promise you, the police will be there to protect the demonstrators. But the police will also be there to make sure that the criminals, the fellows who come to burn offices, the fellows who come to loot property, will also be dealt with. That is my commitment. We must all operate within the law, and that is what it is.
My final question is on the elephant in the room, the elephant in our budget, public debt. Candidate William Ruto responded to a question during the debate, and he said he's going to commission an audit of the public debt. President William Ruto last year responded to the same question and said it's important for us to audit our public debt. Today's question is when?
Public debt is actually a public document where we are as a country. The 10-point-something trillion of our debt is in the public domain. But I am prepared for us to put in forensic experts as part of this exercise so that we can all appreciate, yes, this is what we owe, and then agree, how do we pay? How do we deal with it? In fact, I was in Korea. In fact, Korea, when they had a problem of debt, the whole nation came together. And people contributed gold. Others contributed many things because they wanted to pay their national debt. Maybe we will need that conversation once we are all clear that this is public debt.
My question, Mr. President, is when?
As soon as we finish this conversation, once we have agreed that this is the way we are going, I will institute the necessary steps to make sure that that debt is audited and it is made public for Kenyans to know this is the public debt. And I'm sure it will not take a month for us to be able to know, what is Kenya's public debt? And then we can take it up from there and go forward.
Mr. President, my final question is about your cabinet. Given the things that have happened, given the questions that have been raised about fertilizer, about edible oils, about sugar and all of that, tonight, can you look Kenyans in the eye and tell them you have full confidence in the cabinet that is currently helping you to run the country?
The cabinet that I have maybe could have done better.
That's not the question, Mr. President.
Maybe could have done better. I'm answering your question.
Okay.
Yeah? Maybe, unless you have a better answer. Allow me to answer.
No, I just thought my question was specific, but you can
that's
go
what
ahead.
I'm saying. So, maybe my cabinet would have done better, right? And I am going to do a soul searching on how we need to move forward.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, that is where we end this conversation with the President tonight. My colleagues have been Lina Kaikai from Citizen TV, Royal Media Services, and Eric Latif representing KTN News from the Standard Media Group. And my name is Joe Ageyo from NTV. Do have a lovely evening.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden. And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do was try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought on the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. Now, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. and then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent. All of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation. And it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. what we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the states should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
You're lying. That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed 3, under his administration, killed an al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers, killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up. Just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking, it's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. and they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000